the return of what was never lost, a living guide to remembrance, reintegration, and the end of perceived separation. There is nothing here to give you. Nothing here to take from you. Only what has always been present, now allowed to be seen again. You have not come here to become whole. You have come here to remember that nothing was ever outside of you. That what felt distant was never gone. That what felt separate was never divided. And that what you have been seeking has never stopped holding you even in forgetting. Read slowly, not to understand, but to notice what is already here. Entry: nothing is broken. Before anything is named, before anything is interpreted, before any movement begins toward repair, correction, healing, progress, or return, there is something that must be seen with total clarity. Nothing in you is broken. This is not comfort language. This is not reassurance. This is not a soothing statement meant to reduce pain without touching truth. It is structural. It is foundational. It is one of the most important recognitions available to awareness once it begins looking clearly at its own condition. Because the moment fragmentation is misread as breakage, the entire field of relationship to oneself becomes distorted. The moment scatteredness is interpreted as damage, awareness begins approaching itself through the false lens of defect. The moment distance is treated as proof of loss, the search begins in the wrong direction. And once the search begins in the wrong direction, the entire movement of return is subtly built on an illusion. This is why this must come first. Not because it sounds gentle, because it is true. What you are experiencing may feel like distance. It may feel like disconnection. It may feel like contradiction, confusion, numbness, tension, internal division, emotional fragmentation, perceptual dispersion, or a strange sense that parts of your own being have fallen out of reach. It may feel as though something essential has been damaged. It may feel as though what once belonged to you has splintered and become inaccessible. It may feel as though coherence has been lost and that what remains is a scattered arrangement of unfinished pieces. But feeling scattered is not the same as being broken. Feeling distant is not the same as being severed. Feeling fragmented is not the same as being destroyed. And this distinction is not minor. It is everything, because what is broken requires repair. But what is forgotten requires remembrance. What is severed must be reattached. But what remains connected only needs to be recognized. What is lost must be found. But what never left only needs to be seen again. This is the entire hinge. The entire distortion of separation rests on the tendency to confuse difference in perception with difference in reality. Awareness perceives distance, and then concludes disconnection. Awareness perceives fragmentation, and then concludes damage. Awareness perceives silence, numbness, contradiction, or absence of felt contact, and then concludes that something real has gone missing. And once that conclusion is made, awareness begins organizing around it. Identity forms around it. Suffering stabilizes through it. Effort intensifies beneath it. And the search for return becomes a desperate attempt to fix what was never actually broken in the first place. This is one of the deepest illusions of internal suffering, not the experience of pain itself. Pain is real as experience. Confusion is real as experience. Forgetting is real as experience. Internal contradiction is real as experience. Distance is real as experience. But the conclusion that these experiences prove ontological breakage is distortion. What feels far can still be fully held within the same whole. What feels silent can still be present. What feels inaccessible can still belong. What feels fragmented can still be unified beneath appearance. What feels outside of you can still be occurring entirely within the field of your own being. That is why this entry begins here, because if this is not understood, everything that follows will be subtly misread. If you believe you are broken, you will try to fight yourself into wholeness. If you believe something essential has been lost, you will search externally for what remains internally present. If you believe your scatteredness is evidence of defect, you will approach your own being with pressure, judgment, impatience, and covert violence. And then even the desire to heal becomes entangled in the same separation that created the suffering. This is why so much effort exhausts people. It is not only that they are suffering, it is that they are trying to heal through the logic of breakage. They are trying to repair themselves as if they are objects. They are trying to fix themselves as if coherence is manufactured. They are trying to reconstruct themselves as if wholeness were an achievement rather than a recognition. But wholeness is not built. Wholeness is what remains true even when perception cannot feel it. This must be understood deeply, not conceptually, not poetically, structurally, because what holds the fragments together is prior to the experience of fragmentation. What allows scatteredness to be noticed is itself not scattered. What allows contradiction to appear is itself not divided by the contradiction it perceives. What allows forgetting to occur is itself not erased by what is forgotten. This means there is already a deeper coherence present even in the midst of discoherence as experience. There is already a more foundational continuity beneath the sense of discontinuity. There is already a holding principle, a unifying condition, a deeper field of belonging in which all the scattered distinctions remain suspended, contained, and inseparable from the whole even while appearing distant from one another. This is why nothing has to be forced back together, because it was never truly apart in the way it seemed. What happened was not absolute fragmentation. What happened was fragmentation in perception. What happened was not that the self shattered into separate realities beyond return. What happened is that awareness lost direct conscious relationship with what it still contained. This is forgetting. Forgetting is not annihilation. Forgetting is not expulsion. Forgetting is not proof that something no longer belongs. Forgetting is the dimming of conscious relationship while underlying inclusion remains intact. This is a critical distinction. You can forget a feeling without removing it. You can forget a memory without severing its influence. You can forget a wound without ending its activity. You can forget a part of your own history without becoming separate from the structures it formed inside you. You can forget aspects of yourself, turn away from them, lose contact with them, bury them beneath identity, adaptation, performance, or survival, and still remain inseparable from all of it. That which is forgotten does not become unrelated. It becomes unrecognized. And the unrecognized does not become absent. It becomes active without being consciously included. This is why so much suffering feels mysterious, because what is unseen is still operating. What is disowned is still exerting influence. What is unrecognized is still shaping reaction. What is not consciously welcomed is still moving through sensation, impulse, emotion, thought, tension, fear, longing, defense, fatigue, and contradiction. And because awareness often equates visibility with existence, it assumes that whatever is not consciously present is somehow elsewhere. It treats forgotten material as if it were not me, not here, not now, or not part of what I am. But this is the illusion. The hidden does not become foreign. The buried does not become separate. The distant does not become other. The unseen does not become unreal. Everything remains held. This is why recognition is so powerful. Recognition does not create belonging. Recognition reveals belonging that was already there. Recognition does not manufacture wholeness. Recognition dissolves the perceptual distortion that obscured it. Recognition does not retrieve what truly left. Recognition restores conscious relationship with what never stopped existing within the field of self. This changes the nature of healing entirely. Healing is no longer repair of damage. Healing becomes the ending of false conclusions about separation. Healing becomes the restoration of conscious inclusion. Healing becomes the softening of the perceptual rigidity that turned distinction into division, distance into disconnection, forgetting into loss, and pain into proof of defect. This is why nothing in you needs to be repaired, because the deepest truth is not that you are a broken system seeking correction. The deepest truth is that you are a unified field of being in which certain distinctions have become misperceived, misrelated to, hidden from view, burdened by interpretation, or locked behind protective structures that formed under conditions of pain, fear, survival, overwhelm, or unfinished meaning. And even those protective structures are not outside the whole. Even they belong. This must be seen too. Not only the tender, lost, exiled, or forgotten aspects belong. The protectors belong. The numbness belongs. The avoidance belongs. The confusion belongs. The overthinking belongs. The fear belongs. The shutdown belongs. The fragmentation itself belongs as experience within the field. Why? Because if some parts are welcomed and others rejected, separation is merely recreated in the name of healing. Then one begins trying to reintegrate by excluding whatever appears inconvenient, shameful, chaotic, intense, contradictory, immature, terrified, collapsed, resistant, angry, or shut down. But exclusion cannot produce wholeness. Wholeness is not achieved by selecting the acceptable contents of self. Wholeness is the recognition that all distinctions arise within one indivisible belonging. That does not mean all patterns should remain unexamined. It does not mean all behaviors are aligned. It does not mean all structures are clear, coherent, or free of suffering. It means that nothing is made more whole by being treated as alien to the very field in which it appears. What is needed is not rejection. What is needed is clear relationship. Clear relationship begins when awareness stops meeting itself as enemy, object, project, or problem, and begins meeting itself as a field of living, layered, interconnected reality in which every appearance is signaling, expressing, protecting, remembering, distorting, compensating, or waiting to be included in a more truthful order of perception. This is why return is possible, not because something broken can be perfectly repaired, but because nothing essential ever left the whole. The return is not the return of lost pieces traveling home from elsewhere. The return is the return of awareness to what it never actually stopped holding. This is why the process may feel like remembrance more than construction. Why it may feel like recognition more than achievement. Why it may feel like allowing more than fixing, because at the deepest level, that is exactly what it is. There is a profound difference between saying, I must become whole, and realizing, I must stop relating to myself as if I am divided beyond belonging. There is a profound difference between asking, how do I fix this? And asking, what am I still holding that I have mistaken as separate from me? There is a profound difference between trying to destroy symptoms and learning to recognize what those symptoms have been carrying, expressing, preventing, or preserving. This is where compassion becomes structurally precise rather than sentimental. Compassion is not merely being kind to pain. Compassion is refusing to participate in the false ontology that pain proves brokenness. Compassion is seeing fragmentation without declaring defect. Compassion is noticing distance without concluding abandonment. Compassion is meeting confusion without collapsing into condemnation. Compassion is allowing forgotten things to re-enter relationship without demanding they justify their existence. This kind of compassion is not softness without clarity. It is clarity without violence. And it is necessary, because most internal suffering is intensified not only by the original wound, but by the secondary relationship built around it. The pain occurs, and then the self turns against its own condition. Something becomes difficult, and then identity interprets difficulty as failure. Something goes numb, and then numbness is treated as evidence of defect. Something cannot yet be felt, and then the inability to feel becomes another reason to judge, force, or distrust oneself. This compounds suffering. The original experience may wound, but the interpretation of that wound as proof of brokenness deepens separation. That is why the first movement here is not intervention. It is recognition, not frantic recognition. Not analytical recognition. Not forced excavation. Simple, precise, unclouded recognition. Nothing in you is broken. Say it beyond sentiment. See it beyond language. Understand what it actually means. It means that no inner experience has succeeded in removing you from yourself. It means no forgotten fragment has crossed beyond belonging. It means no adaptation, no defense, no numbness, no fear, no shutdown, no contradiction, no exile, no grief, no unfinished pain has become metaphysically other than the whole in which it still appears. It means the unifying field is deeper than the fragmentation. It means inclusion is more fundamental than separation. It means remembrance is possible because connection was never actually destroyed. And this is why there can be peace even before resolution, because peace does not require every distinction to disappear. Peace begins when the war against what belongs comes to an end. Read that clearly. Peace begins when the war against what belongs comes to an end. Not when every feeling is pleasant. Not when every memory is integrated. Not when every contradiction is untangled. Not when every wound is fully illuminated. Peace begins when awareness stops misidentifying the presence of complexity as evidence of breakage. From there, everything changes. Because once nothing is being treated as alien, the field softens. Once nothing is being condemned for existing, pressure decreases. Once awareness no longer demands immediate correction, what was hidden begins to feel safer to appear. Once the illusion of defect loosens, what was held in exile no longer has to remain defended against. And once the deeper continuity is felt again, reintegration can occur naturally, not through force, but through remembered belonging. So let this be the threshold. You are not entering a project of self-repair, you are entering a space in which false separation begins to lose credibility. You are not here to assemble a self from ruins. You are here to notice that what felt ruined was never outside the wholeness that still holds it. You are not here to chase lost pieces across inner distance. You are here to remember that distance in perception never became distance in being. You are not here to become whole. You are here to stop mistaking forgotten belonging for irreversible loss. And if this is seen clearly, truly, not merely repeated but allowed to settle into the architecture of how you relate to yourself, then something immense begins shifting immediately. Not because you solved everything, because you stopped standing against what is still yours, because you stopped interpreting scatteredness as proof of destruction, because you stopped calling the unrecognized other, because you remembered the first thing that must be remembered before any true reintegration can begin. Nothing has left. Nothing has been destroyed. Nothing in you is broken. Part 1, the feeling of being split. Not broken, but experienced as separate. This distinction is not small. It is the entire doorway through which this part must be entered. Because what is being examined here is not actual damage to the core of being, not a true severance from the whole, not an ontological fracture in the structure of self, but the lived and often overwhelming experience that something within does not align, does not meet itself, does not move as one, does not feel gathered, does not feel whole in perception even while still being held within an underlying wholeness that has never ceased. This is the feeling of being split, not the truth of what you are, the feeling. And that matters, because the lived feeling of inner division can become so convincing, so constant, so structurally reinforced by repetition, by reaction, by memory, by emotional charge, by protective patterning, by years of navigating from one unfinished state to another, that it begins to feel more real than the deeper continuity beneath it. The feeling becomes the evidence. The evidence becomes the conclusion. The conclusion becomes identity. And identity begins organizing around a distortion that was never actually final. This is how the sensation of division becomes mistaken for the fact of division. There can be moments when you feel yourself pulled in different directions at once. One movement in you wants rest while another refuses to let go. One movement wants closeness while another recoils from contact. One movement wants truth while another wants protection from what truth might expose. One movement wants surrender while another keeps scanning for danger. One thought says yes. Another says no. One identity says this is who I am. Another rises beneath it and says no, that is not all I am. And in the middle of this, awareness attempts to locate a center and often finds not a clean singularity, but tension, contradiction, overlap, fatigue, uncertainty, conflict, and a strange inability to feel fully gathered into one coherent internal position. This is often the first recognizable shape of perceived fragmentation. Not chaos without pattern, not madness, not ruin, but misaligned inner continuity. The sense that what is here does not meet itself cleanly. The sense that there are currents within that do not agree, emotional realities that do not integrate, self-definitions that do not reconcile, internal voices that do not harmonize, reactions that do not feel chosen, distances that do not make sense, and aspects of one's own being that seem to appear as if they are neighboring territories rather than expressions arising within the same living field. This can feel exhausting, not only because contradiction is tiring, but because contradiction often produces a hidden secondary labor, the labor of trying to determine which part is real, which reaction is valid, which impulse is safe, which identity is true, which emotional current should be trusted, which in a position represents the actual self, and which should be dismissed, corrected, transcended, controlled, or hidden. That labor becomes chronic in many people. It becomes background effort. It becomes a constant internal negotiation where awareness is not resting in simple being, but continuously managing competing distinctions that have started to feel like separate realities. And this is one of the deepest burdens of the feeling of being split. Not merely that many things are present at once, but that the many are no longer felt as belonging to one another. There can be emotional distance inside a person even when nothing outwardly dramatic is occurring. A person can function, speak, decide, work, smile, continue, and still feel strangely unreachable from within. It may not look like collapse. It may look like normality. But beneath it there is a subtle absence of inward contact. Feelings arise but do not land. Thoughts move but do not resolve. Meaning forms but does not nourish. Memory exists but does not feel integrated into present being. Identity operates but feels partial, provisional, performative, or disconnected from some deeper continuity that remains sensed but inaccessible. This is not always obvious enough to be named immediately. Sometimes it is only felt as dullness, sometimes as fatigue, sometimes as chronic overthinking, sometimes as emotional inconsistency, sometimes as the strange sense that you can understand yourself conceptually and yet still not feel with yourself directly. That last one is especially important. Many people become highly skilled at explaining themselves while remaining inwardly distant from the very realities they explain. They develop structure, language, insight, even deep precision about what has happened, what they feel, why they react, what shaped them, and what matters to them. And yet beneath all of this, something remains unsutured. The map grows clearer while the felt continuity remains unresolved. This can create an especially difficult layer of tension because now awareness knows enough to recognize its own fragmentation, but not enough yet to dissolve the perceptual misidentification that keeps fragmentation feeling like separation. So the person feels divided and then may begin to relate to that division in one of several common ways. They may choose one side and reject the other. They may idealize coherence and declare war on contradiction. They may identify only with the higher, better, stronger, or more socially acceptable movements in themselves and exile the rest. They may overcorrect toward softness and lose boundary. They may overcorrect toward control and lose contact. They may create a stable image to compensate for unstable felt continuity. They may begin managing appearance instead of deepening inclusion. They may try to eliminate internal tension instead of understanding what tension is signaling about the way perception has organized around incomplete relationship. But beneath all these responses remains the same central experiential truth. It feels like I am divided. This feeling deserves to be met with tremendous precision, not because it is ultimate truth, because it is a real experience whose structure must be understood without submitting to its hidden conclusion. The hidden conclusion is, if I feel divided, I must be broken. That is the distortion. The feeling itself is real, the interpretation is not. It is entirely possible to experience oneself as divided without being divided at the level of true belonging. It is entirely possible to feel fragmented while still being held in an indivisible field. It is entirely possible for awareness to lose conscious continuity with aspects of its own content without those aspects ever leaving the whole of what awareness is. It is entirely possible for conflict to exist within one field without that field ceasing to be one. This must be understood carefully. The presence of contradiction does not prove the absence of unity. The presence of tension does not prove the destruction of wholeness. The presence of emotional distance does not prove relational severance from one's own being. The presence of internal multiplicity does not prove that the self has become a collection of unrelated fragments. What it proves is that relationship has become obscured, that conscious inclusion has weakened, that some distinctions are being encountered as though they stand apart rather than arise within one shared field of identity, memory, sensation, defense, meaning, history, and awareness. This is why the phrase experienced as separate is so important, because experience is powerful, immersive, often convincing, but not always final in what it suggests about reality. You may experience yourself as emotionally far from yourself while still being internally continuous. You may experience thoughts as conflicting while both belong to the same organism trying to reconcile incomplete realities. You may experience certain feelings as not me while those feelings remain entirely yours in origin, influence, and belonging. You may experience a protective identity as false and yet still fail to see that even the false identity formed within a larger truth it was trying, however imperfectly, to survive. This is one of the most important recognitions available in the early stages of reintegration. Even what feels out of alignment still belongs to the same wholeness. Even what feels alien still emerges within the same field. Even what feels contradictory is still held in one continuity deeper than the contradiction itself. When this is not understood, the person tends to intensify internal separation through selective identification. They say, this is the real me, and that is the damaged part. This is the good part, that is the unacceptable part. This is my truth, that is my distortion. This is my higher self, that is my wounded self. This is the part I want, that is the part I need to get rid of. And while such distinctions may initially seem clarifying, they often conceal a deeper fragmentation dynamic. They preserve inner belonging only for what is already acceptable to consciousness while pushing the rest further into perceptual distance. This delays return, not because discernment is wrong, but because discernment without inclusion becomes another mechanism of exile. There is a vast difference between seeing clearly and severing relationship. Seeing clearly says, this pattern is protective, this feeling is unfinished, this identity is compensatory, this reaction is rooted in fear, this impulse reflects longing, this numbness is carrying overwhelm, this contradiction reveals incomplete integration. Severing relationship says, this is not me, this should not be here, this has no place in what I am. The first deepens awareness, the second deepens fragmentation. So part 1 must hold the reader in a field where their inner contradictions can be recognized without being condemned, where emotional distance can be acknowledged without being treated as abandonment, where internal division can be mirrored without being translated into defect, and where the simple statement "it feels like I'm divided" can be allowed to stand without becoming "I am damaged" beyond coherence. This is a subtle but monumental shift, because once awareness stops collapsing experience into conclusion, space opens. In that space, the reader may begin noticing that what they call parts are often distinctions in relationship, memory, role, defense, desire, fear, longing, identity, history, or adaptation rather than literal severances from the whole. They may begin noticing that the conflicting movements inside them do not actually prove multiplicity without continuity, but rather reveal a system still trying to hold tensions it has not yet learned how to include all at once. They may begin noticing that the emotional distance they feel from certain aspects of themselves is not proof that those aspects are gone, but proof that contact has become strained, obscured, or filtered through protective perceptual structures. This matters because the feeling of being split often emerges from unmetabolized contradiction. You wanted safety and freedom. You wanted closeness and distance. You wanted truth and protection. You wanted to be seen and not exposed. You wanted love without vulnerability, strength without hardness, openness without risk, identity without confinement, feeling without overwhelm, action without consequence, rest without letting go. None of these tensions are inherently pathological. They are human distinctions intensifying within a system that has not yet learned how to hold complexity without collapsing into internal separation. And when a system cannot yet hold complexity as one, it tends to convert complexity into fragmentation. What could have been understood as layered becomes felt as divided. What could have been held as tension becomes felt as split identity. What could have been met as unfinished integration becomes interpreted as internal defect. This is why early recognition must be so gentle and so exact. Too much force here, and awareness will start trying to unify prematurely by flattening distinctions. Too much softness without clarity, and awareness will remain vaguely identified with suffering without seeing its structure. The true movement here is neither suppression nor indulgence. It is precise mirroring. To say inwardly, yes, this is here. Yes, this feels divided. Yes, these currents do not yet align. Yes, there is emotional distance. Yes, there are conflicting thoughts, conflicting identities, conflicting impulses, inconsistent reactions, incompatible self-images, unfinished internal relations. Yes, there is a real felt split in experience. And still, this is not proof of brokenness. It is proof of incomplete conscious relationship. It is proof that something in the field has not yet been fully met as belonging. It is proof that distinctions once necessary for survival, adaptation, protection, or compensation have begun to harden into apparent separations. This can happen in countless ways. A person may feel split between who they are privately and who they are socially, between what they feel and what they allow themselves to admit, between what they know and what they can embody, between what they remember and what they can bear to remember, between what they long for and what they permit themselves to move toward, between what they believe matters and how they actually live, between tenderness and defense, between presence and performance, between direct experience and the identity built to navigate the world. These are not random divisions. They are patterned distinctions whose relationships have become strained. That strain is felt as internal fracture, but beneath the strain remains continuity. Always, the one who feels the contradiction is not separate from the contradiction. The one who notices the distance is not outside the field in which the distance appears. The one who feels scattered is not scattered away from the deeper holding that allows scatteredness to be noticed at all. This is why the reader must be met not with correction, but with recognition, not with, here is how to fix your divided self, but with, let us look closely at what division feels like without granting it the authority to define what you are. That is the healing intelligence of this part, because once the feeling of being split is no longer amplified by the conclusion of brokenness, something begins softening. The reader may still feel divided, but the division no longer has to carry the added violence of defect. They may still feel far from themselves, but the distance no longer has to mean exile. They may still feel contradictory, but contradiction no longer has to prove failure. They may still feel multiple and unresolved, but multiplicity no longer has to be interpreted as disintegration. This changes the internal atmosphere completely. When defect is removed from the equation, curiosity becomes possible. When curiosity becomes possible, perception becomes less rigid. When perception becomes less rigid, the distinctions that once felt like hard separations begin to show themselves as relational patterns. When they are seen as relational patterns, they can be approached. When they can be approached, they can be included. When they can be included, reintegration begins. So this first part does not ask the reader to become coherent all at once. It does not ask for immediate unity. It does not ask them to silence contradiction or harmonize every internal tension. It asks for something much simpler, much more foundational, and far more powerful. To recognize the feeling of being split as an experience within awareness rather than the truth of being itself. To see internal division clearly without making identity out of it. To feel emotional distance without concluding abandonment. To notice conflicting thoughts and identities without treating them as evidence that one has fallen apart. To let the statement stand in clean honesty, it feels like I'm divided. And then, just as importantly, to refuse the false completion. Therefore I am broken. No, it feels like I am divided because relationship has become obscured. It feels like I am divided because different distinctions in me are not yet consciously included. It feels like I am divided because tension is being experienced as separation. It feels like I am divided because awareness has not yet remembered how deeply one field can hold many currents without ceasing to be one. This is the beginning of return, not because the division vanishes immediately, but because awareness has stopped making a false home inside the distortion. And from there, something true can begin. Not repair, recognition, not reconstruction, remembrance, not the creation of wholeness, but the first clear loosening of the illusion that obscured it. Part 2, the illusion of separation. Separation is not a physical event, it is a perceptual condition. This must be seen with extraordinary precision, because nearly all distortion that arises in the inner world and much of the distortion that governs the relational world rests upon this single confusion. Awareness experiences distinction, and then mistakes distinction for division. Awareness perceives contrast, and then concludes independent existence. Awareness notices difference, and then silently converts difference into otherness. This conversion happens so quickly, so habitually, and so deeply inside the mechanics of perception that it often appears invisible. Yet it is one of the primary ways the field of experience becomes fragmented without anything ever truly leaving the underlying whole. This is why separation must be understood not as an ultimate structural rupture, but as a condition produced by how awareness organizes what it perceives. The deeper truth is that awareness moves through distinction. It knows through contrast. It identifies through relation. It notices by drawing out variation. Without distinction, there is no recognizable content. Without contrast, there is no articulated experience. Without the capacity to differentiate, nothing could become visible in the way perception ordinarily functions. This means that distinction itself is not the problem. Distinction is inherent to the appearance of form. Distinction is part of the mechanics by which experience becomes legible. Distinction is one of the ways the field presents itself to awareness. But the problem begins when distinction is treated as disconnection. That is the distortion. A tree is distinguished from the sky. A thought is distinguished from a feeling. A memory is distinguished from the present moment. A wound is distinguished from the identity built around it. A protective reaction is distinguished from the longing beneath it. A role is distinguished from essence. A sensation is distinguished from the interpretation placed upon it. These are real distinctions in experience. They are not false merely because they are not ultimate. The falsehood enters when awareness no longer treats these distinctions as expressions arising within one interrelated field, but instead treats them as separately existing realities whose relationship to the whole has been severed in perception. This is how boundaries become misunderstood. A boundary in perception is not inherently a hard ontological line. It is often simply the edge of a distinction as experienced by awareness. It is a way perception organizes contrast. It says, this appears here, and that appears there. This feels like one kind of movement, and that feels like another. This memory belongs to a different temporal layer than this sensation. This identity structure has different qualities than that one. These distinctions help awareness orient. But once the mind hardens these orienting distinctions into final definitions, it begins mistaking the useful edge of recognition for a statement about absolute separateness. This is when boundary becomes alienation. This is when distinction becomes otherness. This is when one field starts being experienced as if it were many unrelated territories. And because this happens not only outwardly but inwardly, the consequences become immense. What is still one is experienced as many. What still belongs to one living continuity is encountered as if it were broken into compartments. Thoughts feel unrelated to feelings. Feelings feel unrelated to the body. The body feels unrelated to awareness. The present self feels unrelated to the remembered self. The wounded self feels unrelated to the functioning self. The part that longs feels unrelated to the part that protects. The part that knows feels unrelated to the part that reacts. The part that can articulate truth feels unrelated to the part that cannot yet live it. All of this remains held within one field of being, yet perception, through labeling and boundary solidification, begins treating these distinctions as if they are separate occupants rather than differentiated expressions within the same whole. This is how internal fragmentation becomes persuasive. Not because the self is literally shattered into disconnected substances, but because awareness has begun relating to its own differentiated contents as though they no longer belong to one another. It has replaced relational distinction with perceptual partition. It has turned variation into separation. It has converted internal complexity into the lived impression of internal exile. This is why the phrase "what is still one" is experienced as many carries so much weight. Because it reveals that multiplicity of appearance is not the same thing as true division of being. The many can arise within the one without ceasing to belong to the one. Many thoughts, one field. Many feelings, one field. Many memories, one field. Many identities, one field. Many reactions, one field. Many internal positions, one field. Many apparent boundaries, one underlying continuity. This is not an attempt to erase difference. It is an attempt to restore true relationship between difference and belonging. The illusion of separation gains power when awareness forgets that distinction requires a prior continuity in which distinction appears. To distinguish one thing from another, there must already be a field in which the distinction can be perceived. To notice difference, there must already be a continuity capable of holding multiple appearances without collapsing. To name one aspect of experience as this and another as that, there must already be a more foundational condition within which both this and that are present. This means that distinction depends upon a deeper non-severed condition. Difference is not self-grounding. Contrast is not self-originating. Labeling does not create being, it organizes what is already appearing. And that matters, because awareness often begins mistaking its labels for the structure of reality itself. A feeling is named fear. A memory is named past. A pattern is named trauma response. A state is named shutdown. An identity is named the self I show the world. A hidden current is named the part of me I don't want. These labels may have descriptive value, but once awareness becomes identified with its own labeling process, the descriptions begin hardening into metaphysical assumptions. Fear is no longer simply a recognizable movement in the field. It becomes something other than me. Past is no longer simply a layer of remembered content active in present structuring. It becomes somewhere else. Shutdown is no longer simply a protective organization of energy. It becomes proof of defect. The part of me I don't want is no longer just a rejected distinction in relationship. It becomes a foreign presence within identity. This is how language, which can clarify, also becomes one of the instruments through which separation is stabilized in perception. Awareness distinguishes, then it labels, then the label becomes boundary, then the boundary becomes not me, not now, not here, not mine, not part of the whole. This is the sequence by which otherness forms. And it is critical to see that otherness is not always false in relative function. There is relative otherness in experience. Another person is not identical in form expression to the body-mind through which you are currently perceiving. A memory is not identical to the direct sensation of this moment. A thought about grief is not identical to the embodied feeling of grief. These distinctions have experiential validity. The distortion lies not in noticing relative otherness, but in treating relative otherness as absolute disconnection. Once that happens, relationship is lost. And without relationship, reintegration becomes impossible, because awareness is now trying to navigate reality as if it were dealing with isolated entities rather than dynamically interwoven expressions of one deeper field. This has enormous consequences for suffering. When pain is experienced as something happening within one living continuity, it can eventually be met, related to, understood, and included. But when pain is labeled as alien, partitioned as other, and encountered as evidence of separation from oneself, then the response becomes defensive rather than relational. Awareness begins fighting what belongs to it. It begins trying to remove what it should be learning to understand. It begins creating strategies against its own contents. And because those contents never actually ceased belonging to the whole, the struggle becomes recursive. The field wars against its own differentiations. The self resists what is still itself. Consciousness contracts against contents that are arising within its own continuity. This is one of the hidden engines of inner suffering. The pain is real. The secondary separation around pain deepens it. The wound may have arisen in experience, but the illusion that the wound makes one fundamentally divided intensifies the suffering by adding estrangement to pain. This is why separation must be understood as a perceptual condition. It is a way awareness is relating. It is not an ultimate fact about being. You can feel separate without being severed. You can perceive distance without actual exclusion. You can encounter your own thoughts, emotions, memories, roles, and defensive structures as though they were estranged from one another, while all of them remain held in one inseparable continuity beneath the level at which perception has become confused. This becomes especially clear when observing how internal boundaries form. A person may say, "This is the part of me that functions. This is the part of me that breaks down. This is the part of me that loves. This is the part of me that hides. This is the part of me that wants to be seen." This is the part of me that cannot trust. This is the part of me that feels spiritual. This is the part of me that gets angry. This is the part of me that feels nothing. These distinctions may help illuminate patterns, but if they are held without deeper coherence, they quietly convert one living field into an internal geography of apparently separate inhabitants. This can be a useful stage of recognition, but it is not the end point of truth, because ultimately, these are not separate beings inside a person. They are differentiated expressions of one continuity being encountered through the lens of perceptual partition. Each one is a relational formation. Each one carries meaning, memory, defense, adaptation, or unfinished integration. Each one is distinguishable. None of them are outside the one who holds them. This is the deeper correction. Not that differences vanish. Not that all language of parts becomes useless, but that awareness remembers that its distinctions do not constitute final separations. They are ways experience has become legible, not proof that the field has ceased to be whole. The illusion of separation becomes even more convincing because the body seems to confirm it. Tension lives in one place. Numbness lives in another. Anxiety surges upward. Heaviness drops downward. A constriction appears around the throat. A collapse appears in the chest. Memory activates sensation. Thought interrupts feeling. Feeling distorts perception. It can seem as though multiple disconnected systems are operating without central continuity. Yet the very fact that all of these are observable in relation reveals a deeper coherence already present. If they were truly unrelated, their interplay could not be noticed. Their patterning could not be traced. Their mutual shaping could not be felt. Their contradiction could not even appear as contradiction, because contradiction itself implies a field capable of holding more than one differentiated movement at once. So even conflict points back to continuity. Even fragmentation points back to the field in which fragmentation appears. Even the sense of I am many points back to the one who is aware of the many. This does not collapse the many into a flat sameness. It restores them to a more truthful belonging. And this restoration changes everything. Because once awareness sees that internal others are not truly other, it can stop organizing itself through exclusion. The fearful movement no longer has to be exiled. The angry movement no longer has to be disowned. The numb movement no longer has to be pathologized as absence of self. The over-functioning movement no longer has to be mistaken for the entirety of identity. The hidden movement no longer has to remain hidden simply because perception once labeled it as incompatible with the self-image that was being protected. All of these were boundary creations within awareness. All of them became other by perceptual assignment. All of them remained within the same indivisible field of belonging throughout. This is why remembrance becomes possible. What is truly disconnected cannot be remembered into relationship merely by perception, but what was never truly disconnected can be remet as belonging once the perceptual condition creating otherness begins to dissolve. That is the power of this recognition. The field does not need to reconstruct itself from scattered ruins. It needs to stop mistaking its own distinctions for evidence of rupture. This recognition extends outward as well. When other people are encountered through the illusion of separation, they become absolute others in perception, not simply differentiated centers of experience within a more foundational continuity. Then fear intensifies, projection intensifies, control intensifies, judgment intensifies. The same distortion that turns inner distinctions into internal exile turns relational difference into existential disconnection. And from there come all the secondary structures: domination, possession, coercion, righteousness, shame, comparison, superiority, inferiority, tribal fixation, the need to be right against someone else rather than true with them. Why? Because once awareness commits to separation as reality, relationship becomes negotiation between isolated entities rather than an unfolding within a deeper shared ground. This is why the illusion of separation is not merely a psychological issue. It is one of the great distortions that shapes human suffering at every scale. It shapes how one meets oneself. It shapes how one meets others. It shapes how healing is imagined. It shapes how pain is interpreted. It shapes whether distinction becomes clarity or division. It shapes whether boundaries become healthy function or hardened alienation. It shapes whether language serves recognition or reinforces exile. Yet the illusion does not dissolve by denying distinction. It dissolves by seeing distinction clearly enough that it no longer has to become disconnection. That is the movement here. Not toward vagueness, not toward undifferentiated blur, not toward refusal of categories where categories are useful, but toward a deeper accuracy. Distinction is real as appearance, separation is distortion as conclusion. This must become lived, not merely understood, because only when awareness begins to feel this directly does the field soften enough for reintegration to occur without force. You begin to notice that a thought can differ from a feeling without being separate from the life in which both appear. You begin to notice that a protective identity can differ from deeper longing without being unrelated to it. You begin to notice that the wounded layer and the functioning layer are not enemies but differentiations that formed within one continuity. You begin to notice that shame survives by turning contents into not me. You begin to notice that fear survives by treating difference as threat. You begin to notice that many inner conflicts are not actual wars between unrelated realities, but strained relationships between distinctions that have not yet been seen in the light of shared belonging. And once this is seen, the nature of healing shifts. Healing is no longer about eliminating the many to recover the one. Healing becomes recognizing the one within which the many never stopped belonging. Healing is no longer about destroying contradiction. Healing becomes holding contradiction in a field wide enough that its deeper relationship can reveal itself. Healing is no longer about erasing boundaries. Healing becomes restoring boundaries to their rightful function as distinctions within relationship rather than fortresses of alienation. Healing is no longer about resolving every inner difference into uniformity. Healing becomes ending the false belief that difference means separation. This is why this part must be received slowly, not as concept alone, but as recalibration. Every time awareness says this is not me, this should not be here, this feeling is outside the self I want to be, this reaction proves division, this memory belongs somewhere else, this part of me is other, the illusion is being restabilized. And every time awareness softens enough to say, this too appears within the field of what I am, separation loses ground. Not because everything becomes comfortable, because everything becomes re-related. That is the beginning of truth. What is still one has been experienced as many. What is many has been mistaken for divided. What is divided has been mistaken for broken. What is broken has been targeted for repair. And all the while, the deeper reality has remained unchanged. The field never ceased holding what perception temporarily learned to exile. So let this be the correction that begins undoing the illusion at its root. Awareness distinguishes. That is natural. It labels. That can be useful. It draws boundaries. That can create orientation. But when boundaries harden into otherness, distortion begins. When otherness becomes disconnection, suffering deepens. When suffering is interpreted through that disconnection, the self turns against what still belongs. And when what still belongs is exiled in perception, one living continuity becomes experienced as many estranged fragments. This is the illusion. Not that distinction appears, but that distinction has been mistaken for separation. See that clearly, and something profound begins to loosen. Not the disappearance of form, not the erasure of difference, but the end of falsely treating difference as abandonment from the whole. And from there, the field becomes capable of what it has always secretly been moving toward. Not sameness, but remembered belonging within distinction. Part 3, Forgetting while still holding. Nothing leaves, but things can be forgotten while still being carried. This is one of the deepest and most consequential truths available to awareness once it begins looking clearly into the structure of its own experience. Because much of what has been interpreted as loss is not loss. Much of what has been interpreted as absence is not absence. Much of what has been interpreted as not here anymore, not part of me, buried beyond return, or gone has not gone anywhere at all. It has simply moved outside the range of direct conscious recognition while continuing to live, influence, shape, pressure, distort, protect, and organize from within the field that still holds it. This is why forgetting must be understood with extraordinary care. Forgetting is not annihilation. Forgetting is not removal. Forgetting is not severance. Forgetting is a change in relationship. Something once held in direct contact becomes indirect. Something once consciously included becomes backgrounded. Something once felt clearly becomes muted, obscured, deferred, avoided, displaced, renamed, intellectualized, translated into reaction, or pushed beyond the threshold of easy access. Yet even when direct awareness loses contact, the underlying belonging remains. This is the heart of it. What is unseen is not absent. It is simply unrecognized. That realization changes everything, because it dissolves one of the great errors through which suffering deepens, the tendency to equate lack of conscious visibility with lack of existence. Awareness notices that something cannot be easily felt, recalled, named, located, or contacted, and then concludes that it is gone, or no longer relevant, or no longer active, or no longer part of the living field of self. But what awareness cannot currently access may still be shaping everything from behind the visible threshold. What cannot be named may still be structuring emotion. What cannot be remembered directly may still be informing the way a person orients to intimacy, fear, self-worth, trust, danger, closeness, truth, control, or identity. What cannot be consciously felt may still be pressing against the body, bending perception, tightening the nervous system, influencing mood, selecting reactions, and determining what feels possible. This is why forgetting while still holding is so powerful as a structural insight, because it reveals that awareness can lose conscious relationship with something without losing containment of it. The field can still be carrying what the mind no longer knows how to consciously include. The body can still be carrying what thought cannot articulate. The emotional system can still be carrying what identity has disowned. The present can still be carrying what memory has hidden. The self can still be carrying what self-image has declared incompatible. This is not a flaw in being, it is part of how adaptation operates when experience exceeds present capacity for full inclusion. When pain is too great, awareness does not always remain in simple open contact with it. When contradiction is too intense, not all layers remain equally visible. When what is felt threatens identity, relational safety, coherence, belonging, or survival, the system often does not eliminate the painful material. It reorganizes relationship to it. It changes proximity. It changes accessibility. It changes the degree to which the content remains available to direct recognition. It may suppress, compartmentalize, numb, split, translate, distort, symbolize, distract, perform over, or quietly seal off certain dimensions of experience, not because those dimensions have ceased to belong, but because the field is trying to continue functioning while preserving some degree of stability. This means suppression is not disappearance. Suppression is altered access. It is what happens when awareness no longer lets certain contents remain fully foregrounded, but the contents continue existing within the system. They are still there. They still carry charge. They still press for recognition in indirect ways. They still influence reaction, anticipation, tension, boundary patterns, identity formation, relational expectations, interpretive habits, and emotional thresholds. They do not vanish. They become concealed beneath the ordinary range of permitted contact. This is why what is suppressed often appears not as a remembered event or explicit feeling, but as pattern. A person may not consciously remember what formed a fear, but the fear organizes life anyway. A person may not consciously feel a grief, but heaviness lives in the system. A person may not consciously know what was disowned, but chronic overcompensation forms around the missing inclusion. A person may not consciously remember humiliation, but their relationship to visibility becomes shaped by it. A person may not consciously feel anger, but exhaustion, passivity, resentment, or bodily tension may become its displaced expression. A person may not consciously know why intimacy feels unsafe, but some part of the field remembers enough to react before reflective thought can intervene. This is what it means to still be holding what has been forgotten. The content is not absent, the conscious relationship is incomplete. The field remembers what the surface mind cannot yet willingly or clearly hold. And this is why so much of human suffering feels confusing, because the system is often reacting to what the person cannot directly identify. It is carrying what it cannot narrate. It is compensating for what it cannot consciously locate. It is defending against what it has not fully named. It is organizing around forgotten material that still lives as present structure. That last point matters profoundly. The forgotten does not remain trapped in the past as if it were simply stored in a temporal vault that no longer matters. The forgotten becomes present structure. It shapes current perception. It influences what feels true. It bends interpretation before reflection occurs. It participates in how awareness categorizes danger, permission, closeness, possibility, trust, value, shame, and selfhood. In this way, forgotten material is not merely retained. It is active. It is distributed through the architecture of present experience. This is why memories pushed out of direct awareness do not stop mattering, because they are no longer narratively available. A memory does not need to be consciously accessible to remain behaviorally or emotionally real. In fact, some of the most formative dynamics in a person's life are often sustained not by what is clearly remembered, but by what is not. The forgotten is often most powerful not when it is visible, but when it is invisibly structuring. This creates a strange and often painful paradox. A person may sincerely believe they have moved on from something because they can no longer feel it directly. They may believe something no longer matters because it is not mentally present. They may conclude that because the wound no longer has language, it no longer has influence. And yet the field continues to organize around it. The body tightens around it. The emotional system compensates around it. The relational world reflects it. Identity hardens around it. Life becomes shaped by the gravitational pull of an unseen center. This is why forgetting must not be romanticized as benign disappearance. It is often a protective obscuring, sometimes necessary, sometimes merciful, sometimes adaptive, but not final, because what has been obscured continues seeking some form of relation, not always by demanding memory, sometimes by creating symptom, sometimes by creating repetition, sometimes by creating internal contradiction, sometimes by producing inexplicable fatigue, irritability, numbness, compulsiveness, emptiness, over-control, dissociation, over-functioning, collapse, relational looping, or a chronic feeling that something remains unresolved beneath what can be consciously said. This is not punishment. It is signal. The field is still holding what awareness has not yet re-included. This is where disowned aspects of self must also be understood. Disowning is not literal removal from the whole. It is perceptual and relational exclusion. It is the movement by which certain feelings, impulses, traits, needs, vulnerabilities, capacities, wounds, desires, or truths are silently classified as unacceptable, incompatible, unsafe, unworthy, dangerous, weak, shameful, overwhelming, or foreign to the identity the person believes they must maintain. Once classified this way, these aspects are not destroyed. They are exiled in perception. They become inwardly disallowed. They remain present, but not welcomed. They continue to belong, but not consciously. They remain alive in the field, but not recognized as rightful expressions within the larger continuity of self. This is why a person can disown tenderness and become hard without ever truly ceasing to carry tenderness. They can disown anger and become compliant without ceasing to carry anger. They can disown need and become hyper-independent without ceasing to carry need. They can disown sensitivity and become armored without ceasing to carry sensitivity. They can disown joy and become serious without ceasing to carry joy. They can disown power and become passive without ceasing to carry power. In each case, the disowned quality remains held within the field. It has not ceased to be part of what the person is capable of containing. It has merely become inaccessible to direct, conscious, affirmed relationship. This is one of the hidden costs of adaptation. The self often learns how to survive by narrowing what may be consciously included. And while this may preserve functioning in one layer, it creates distance in another. The person remains larger than the self they are allowed to consciously inhabit. That is part of why so many people feel strange to themselves. They are living inside identities shaped not only by what they are, but by what they had to exclude from direct participation in order to remain coherent under certain conditions. This can create a long-standing sense of partiality, as though life is being lived from a reduced aperture. Not because the excluded aspects are gone, because the field is still carrying more than the conscious self permits itself to be. This is why remembering is not merely cognitive recall. True remembering is broader. It is the restoration of relationship. It is not only calling content back into thought. It is allowing previously unrecognized belonging to become conscious again. It is the return of contact. It is the soft reopening of the perceptual and relational pathways through which what was held at distance can once again be met without immediately being translated into danger, shame, fragmentation, or collapse. This matters because many people unconsciously imagine that if something important has been forgotten, healing requires dramatic excavation, total recollection, or perfect conceptual access. But what is needed is not always full narrative recovery. What is needed first is accurate structural understanding. You are still holding what you do not yet consciously know how to see. The field is still carrying what the mind cannot yet cleanly name. The body may still be speaking what memory cannot yet fully remember. The emotional system may still be expressing what identity has not yet permitted into language. This means healing can begin before total explanation. Why? Because healing does not depend first on mastering content. It depends on restoring truthful relationship to the fact that the unseen still belongs. That shift is enormous, because once awareness understands that what is hidden is not foreign, the pressure to either deny it or force it begins to soften. Then the forgotten no longer has to be treated as enemy, threat, embarrassment, weakness, or evidence of defect. It becomes what it always was, something still being carried that has not yet been fully recognized. This is where gentleness becomes structurally essential, not sentimental gentleness, not avoidance disguised as softness, but the kind of precision that understands that what has been forgotten often became forgotten for reasons tied to survival, overwhelm, developmental limitation, relational impossibility, or the inability of the field at that time to hold certain truths without destabilization. If awareness approaches the forgotten with aggression, impatience, coercion, or the demand for immediate clarity, the system often tightens further. Not because it is resisting truth, but because truth introduced without sufficient safety is still experienced as threat. The field protects itself from untimely contact not because contact is wrong, but because timing matters. This is why what has been pushed out of direct awareness often returns indirectly before it returns directly. It returns as mood, as bodily sensation, as recurring relational themes, as irrational triggers, as sudden grief, as aversion, as overreaction, as mysterious longing, as chronic self-abandonment, as a fatigue that does not make sense, as the persistent feeling that one is carrying more than one can name. These are not random malfunctions, they are forms of continued holding. The forgotten is not inactive simply because it is not explicit, it is looking for pathways back into relationship. This is why symptom should not be reduced to malfunction alone. Symptom is often misrecognized communication, not always clean, not always legible, not always simple, but often deeply revealing if encountered without the reflex to erase it before understanding it. This is part of the wisdom here. The unseen is not absent, the hidden is not gone, the forgotten is not nowhere, the disowned is not no longer yours, the suppressed is not outside the field. Everything still belongs to the continuity that holds it. The question is not whether it is present. The question is whether awareness is willing and able to recognize its presence without collapsing into judgment, fear, or forced control. This also reveals why so much effort to move on fails when it is built on exclusion rather than inclusion. You cannot truly move beyond what you are still carrying by pretending you are no longer carrying it. You cannot become free from what remains active in the field by simply refusing relationship to it. Avoidance may obscure. Dissociation may numb. Overfunctioning may compensate. Identity may reorganize. but the carried remains carried until it is brought into a more truthful order of recognition. This does not mean every hidden thing must be consciously unpacked in exhaustive detail. It means nothing heals through false absence, nothing reintegrates through denial of belonging, nothing becomes whole by declaring the unseen irrelevant. The field already knows what it holds. The work is not to convince the field. The work is for awareness to stop treating invisibility as non-existence. This is the key realization. What is unseen is not absent, it is simply unrecognized. Read this beyond concept. Let it reorder the way you understand your own condition. If there is numbness, something is still being held beneath numbness. If there is overreaction, something is still being carried beneath reaction. If there is shutdown, something is still being held beneath the shut door. If there is chronic pattern, something is still being carried beneath the repetition. If there is unexplained heaviness, something is still being held beneath the surface explanation. If there is contradiction, some relationship within the field remains incomplete. This does not mean every feeling must be interpreted reductively. It means the field should be approached as meaningful, not accidental. The hidden is not meaningless because it is hidden. The forgotten is not unimportant because it is forgotten. The unseen is not dead because it is unseen. It is simply beyond the current range of conscious recognition. And this is why return is possible, because what is truly absent cannot be reincluded by recognition alone. But what was never absent, only unrecognized, can begin returning the moment awareness stops relating to it as gone. This is the threshold of remembrance, not the dramatic retrieval of every lost detail, but the quiet, profound, structurally accurate realization that nothing you are still carrying has ever become not yours simply because you ceased to see it clearly. This shifts the entire process of healing. You are no longer trying to hunt for vanished pieces. You are no longer trying to reconstruct a self from missing fragments. You are no longer trying to become whole by manufacturing what does not exist. You are beginning to notice what has always remained within the holding field of your own being, even when forgotten, even when disowned, even when suppressed, even when inaccessible, even when difficult, even when unnamed. That is why this part matters so deeply, because until this is seen, awareness will continue misreading hidden influence as inexplicable dysfunction. It will continue mistaking the unseen for the non-existent. It will continue fighting symptoms whose roots it treats as not here. It will continue searching for explanations outside itself while still holding the unrecognized within. But once this is seen clearly, something changes. The inner atmosphere becomes less punitive. There is less urgency to fix, less compulsion to conclude, less violence toward what cannot yet be named, more room for patient recognition, more reverence for what the field has survived by carrying, more humility toward what has remained hidden for reasons deeper than simple forgetfulness, more trust that the system is not random, more understanding that what returns does so because it was always present enough to return. And with that, the beginning of true reintegration becomes possible, not because everything is suddenly visible, but because what is invisible no longer has to be treated as if it does not exist. That alone opens the way. What is forgotten while still held can begin to soften. What is disowned can begin to feel less condemned. What is suppressed can begin to feel less trapped. What is hidden can begin to feel less alien. And what was once unrecognized can begin, slowly and truthfully, to be welcomed back into conscious belonging. Nothing leaves. That is why remembering is possible. Nothing is destroyed. That is why reintegration is real. Nothing truly belonging to the field of your being becomes foreign by disappearing from view. That is why the unseen is not the lost. It is simply the still carried, waiting not to be created, not to be forced, not to be repaired into existence, but to be recognized as having remained within you all along. Part 4, The Weight of Unseen Connection. Even what is forgotten still exerts influence. This is one of the great hidden mechanics of human experience, and it is often missed precisely because what is influencing the system is not always appearing in a form that the conscious mind can immediately identify. Something is felt, but not understood. Something is activated, but not traced. Something tightens, surges, recoils, shuts down, reacts, collapses, overcompensates, braces, withdraws, or aches, and yet no obvious explanation presents itself. The person looks at the moment and says, "This does not make sense. Why am I feeling this? Why did I react that way? Why is there so much tension here when nothing outwardly dramatic is happening?" And because the cause is not fully visible, the experience is often misread as irrational, disproportionate, random, or defective. But what is not consciously included is still operating. That is the deeper truth. The unseen is not inactive because it is unseen. The forgotten is not powerless because it is forgotten. The disowned is not disconnected because it is disowned. The suppressed is not gone because it is suppressed. It is still within the field. It is still participating. It is still shaping response. This is why unseen connection carries weight. It is not merely that hidden things remain stored somewhere in the background. It is that what remains unrecognized still belongs to the active continuity of being. It still interacts with present perception. It still influences interpretation. It still bends threshold, reaction, sensitivity, readiness, defense, openness, expectancy, and relational movement. It still exerts pressure from within the architecture of experience. It may no longer be consciously named, but it is still metabolically, emotionally, perceptually, and energetically present. This explains why emotions can arise unexpectedly. Not because they have no source, but because the source is not always consciously linked to the moment in which the emotion appears. A wave of grief may rise in response to something seemingly ordinary. A sudden tightening of fear may occur in a situation that does not appear dangerous on the surface. A person may feel anger that seems larger than the event. They may feel shame where no explicit condemnation has occurred. They may feel loneliness in the middle of connection. They may feel disproportionate relief, sorrow, irritation, longing, or tenderness in moments that outwardly seem too small to justify the emotional force that arrives. This is not proof that the emotion is wrong. It is often proof that the visible moment has touched an invisible continuity. The present event is not creating the totality of the feeling from nothing. It is making contact with something already being held. It is striking a line of connection that extends beyond the immediate surface. What appears unexpected is often not new emotion, but previously carried emotion entering expression through an opening in the moment. What seems out of proportion may actually be proportionate to a deeper field of connection that awareness has not yet consciously mapped. This is why reactions can feel out of place, because conscious interpretation often looks only at the visible trigger and compares the response to the surface event. When it does this, it misses the wider structure. It says, "This reaction is too much for what just happened. This feeling makes no sense here. This tension should not be this strong." But that judgment is being made from incomplete information. It sees the visible spark but not the dry field it landed in. It sees the immediate exchange but not the older pattern it touched. It sees the current conversation but not the layers of unrecognized memory, association, expectation, defense, and unfinished feeling that the conversation awakened. Reaction is rarely born solely in the present. The present is often the point of activation, not the total origin. Something already held is meeting something newly encountered. Something previously unseen is being contacted by the visible moment. Something not consciously included is still participating in the response. And because of this, the person can feel estranged from their own reaction. They may say, "I do not know why I am like this. I do not know why this hit me so hard. I do not know why my body clenched. I do not know why I shut down. I do not know why I became so defensive. I do not know why I suddenly felt far away. I do not know why I wanted to disappear. I do not know why this brought tears. I do not know why I got angry. I do not know why I felt nothing at all." This not knowing can become painful in itself, because it creates a secondary layer of separation where the person not only feels the reaction, but also feels alienated from the source of the reaction. Now there is emotion without context, activation without conscious continuity, and the person begins to experience themselves as if they are acted upon by forces that make no sense. This can deepen shame. It can deepen self-distrust. It can intensify the sense of fragmentation. The person may begin to think they are unstable, incoherent, or failing at being present, when in truth they are often simply still connected to layers of themselves that they have not yet learned to consciously include. This is why tension can exist without clear cause. Tension is often the body's expression of unseen relationship. Something is being held. Something is being braced against. Something is being anticipated. Something is being contained. Something is being prevented from fully entering awareness. Something is being carried without resolution, and because it is being carried, the system does not become neutral simply because the mind does not have a story ready for it. The body still reflects the burden. The nervous system still calibrates around it. Muscles still organize around it. Breath still shortens around it. Attention still narrows around it. Emotional thresholds still adapt around it. The field still shapes itself in response to what remains unintegrated. This is why people can live with chronic tension that seems to belong nowhere specific. A subtle tightness in the chest, a guardedness in the throat, a contraction in the gut, a weariness in the spine, an inability to fully soften, a background vigilance that never fully powers down, a sense of being ready for something unnamed, a low-grade pressure that seems normal only because it has been present so long. These are not meaningless artifacts of being alive. They are often the felt residue of ongoing unseen connection. The system is relating to what the conscious mind is not yet directly recognizing. This is the weight. Not only the weight of remembered pain, but the weight of unrecognized belonging. The weight of carrying what has not yet been consciously welcomed back into relationship. The weight of holding what still belongs to the self, but is not yet fully permitted into the field of direct, open, clear inclusion. This can be exhausting in ways that are difficult to explain, because the energy required to hold without conscious integration is real. It takes effort to maintain distance from what still exerts influence. It takes effort to suppress. It takes effort to compartmentalize. It takes effort to remain partially defended against one's own unrecognized contents. It takes effort to keep awareness narrow enough to preserve established identity while other excluded dimensions continue pressing from beneath. It takes effort to remain functional while significant portions of the field are being carried indirectly rather than consciously related to. This hidden effort often becomes normalized. A person stops noticing how much energy is going into not knowing. They stop noticing how much life is organized around containment. They stop noticing how much of their attention is committed to avoiding certain inner contacts, even subtly. They stop noticing how often they translate signal into management rather than relation. They stop noticing how much of their fatigue comes not merely from life itself, but from the burden of carrying unrecognized continuity. This is part of why so many people feel heavy without knowing why. The heaviness is not always dramatic sorrow. Sometimes it is the density of accumulated unseen connection. The density of all that remains operative without being named. The density of all that still belongs without being consciously included. The density of all that is still there beneath the level at which the person has learned to identify themselves. This also explains why certain moments of recognition can feel unexpectedly relieving even before anything is solved, because the moment awareness truthfully recognizes that what has been affecting it is not foreign, random, or outside the field of self, some of the strain begins to lessen. Not because the content disappears, but because the system no longer has to maintain the same degree of separation around it. The pressure of exile starts to soften. The effort of false distance starts to release. The field no longer has to uphold the same perceptual fiction that says, this is happening, but it is not connected to me. This reaction is present, but it has no rightful place in my being. This tension exists, but it belongs nowhere. The moment unseen connection is acknowledged, the internal atmosphere shifts. Not necessarily into comfort immediately, but into coherence. And coherence is profoundly relieving, because what hurts is not only carrying what is unseen. What also hurts is carrying it while pretending, consciously or unconsciously, that it is not part of the living continuity of self. That split is costly. To feel the effect without recognizing the relationship, to carry the pressure without understanding the belonging, to experience the symptom without permitting the source to exist as part of one's own field. This generates unnecessary alienation, and alienation always increases suffering. When something hurts and is also treated as foreign, suffering compounds. When something activates and is also treated as meaningless, confusion compounds. When something remains tense and is also treated as inexplicable, self-distrust compounds. But when the person begins to realize, I am still connected to what I cannot yet fully see, something honest begins. Something stabilizing begins. Something more precise than comfort and more truthful than premature explanation begins. This is where the deeper realization emerges. They have never actually been separate from anything within them. This realization is not sentimental. It is structural. It means that nothing operating within the field of self is truly outside the field of self. Nothing influencing reaction is occurring in a vacuum. Nothing shaping perception is floating free of belonging. Nothing creating tension has become metaphysically other merely because conscious awareness has not yet brought it fully into view. What is unseen still belongs. What is forgotten still belongs. What is disowned still belongs. What is avoided still belongs. What is feared still belongs. What is resisted still belongs. What is misunderstood still belongs. This does not mean every pattern is aligned. It does not mean every movement should be obeyed. It does not mean all reactions are accurate in their interpretation. It does mean that nothing becomes more integrated by being treated as alien. Nothing becomes lighter by being denied belonging. Nothing becomes coherent by being severed in perception from the one who still carries it. This recognition has immense implications for healing, because healing is no longer imagined as getting rid of strange inner phenomena. It becomes the restoration of truthful relationship to what is already operating within one's own field. The question changes. Instead of asking, how do I stop feeling this? Awareness may begin asking, what am I still connected to here? Instead of, why is this happening to me? It may become, what within me is still participating in this moment, even if I do not yet fully understand it. Instead of, how do I get rid of this reaction? It may become, what unseen connection is expressing itself through this reaction? Instead of, why am I tense for no reason? It may become, what am I still carrying that has not yet been consciously included? This is not a move into over-analysis. It is a move into deeper honesty, because the system is not random. It is patterned. Not always simple, but patterned. Not always consciously legible, but patterned. And pattern implies connection. This is the hidden grace inside the VIII. The very fact that something continues to exert influence means that connection was never lost. The very fact that forgotten material still shapes reaction means belonging was never broken. The very fact that tension persists means relationship still exists, even if unrecognized. The very fact that the field continues to organize around certain unseen centers means those centers were never actually outside the whole. This means the burden is also evidence. Evidence that the self has never been cut off from itself as absolutely as it may have seemed. Evidence that the field is still one, even where perception experiences it as many. Evidence that what remains painful remains connected enough to be felt, expressed, signaled, and eventually recognized. This changes the meaning of inner heaviness. It is no longer proof of defect. It becomes proof of unfinished inclusion. This changes the meaning of unexplained emotion. It is no longer proof of irrationality. It becomes proof of unseen continuity. This changes the meaning of bodily tension. It is no longer proof of malfunction alone. It becomes proof that what is not consciously included is still present enough to shape embodiment. This changes the meaning of disproportionate reaction. It is no longer proof that one is simply too much. It becomes proof that the visible moment is touching a larger field than conscious interpretation has yet accounted for. All of this begins to soften the reflex of self-condemnation, because once you realize you are still connected to what you do not yet clearly see, the need to judge yourself for having reactions starts to lose force. Judgment depends on the illusion that reactions arise out of nowhere or reflect failure of character. But once unseen connection is understood, reaction can be met less as a moral flaw and more as a message from a continuity not yet fully conscious. That does not mean every reaction should be enacted. It means every reaction deserves to be understood as relationally rooted. This is where patience becomes essential. The field does not reveal all unseen connection at once, nor should it. What has been carried indirectly often requires enough safety, steadiness, honesty, and non-violence in awareness for deeper recognition to become possible. If the person tries to force the field open, they often reintroduce pressure and control where gentler contact is needed. If they dismiss the signals entirely, the weight continues to accumulate in indirect forms. The middle path is more precise, to begin acknowledging that what is not consciously included is still operating, and to let that truth slowly reorder the way one listens inwardly. Listening changes everything here. Not listening merely for dramatic revelation. Listening for pattern. Listening for repetition. Listening for the places where life keeps tightening. Listening for the emotional movements that return without obvious cause. Listening for the reactions that feel older than the moment. Listening for the bodily signatures of still-held burden. Listening with the assumption that the field is meaningful. Listening with the understanding that unseen does not mean non-existent. Listening with enough humility to let what is carried reveal itself in its own timing rather than under coercion. This is how weight begins turning into information. This is how tension begins turning into relationship. This is how unexpected emotion begins turning into signal rather than shame. This is how the reader begins feeling, not merely thinking, that nothing within them has ever truly been separate. Because once it becomes clear that the unseen is still active, the fiction of severance starts to collapse. If it still influences, it still belongs. If it still shapes, it still belongs. If it still reacts, it still belongs. If it still aches, it still belongs. If it still presses, it still belongs. If it still appears, even in distorted or indirect form, it still belongs. And if it still belongs, then the self has not been divided from itself in the final way it once feared. This is the deeper relief hidden inside this part. Not the relief of instant resolution. The relief of discovering that even the burden proves continuity. Even the pressure proves connection. Even the unexplained proves relationship. Even the weight proves that the field has never stopped holding what awareness has not yet fully embraced. So let this become clear. Even what is forgotten still exerts influence. That is why emotion can arrive before explanation. That is why reaction can exceed the visible event. That is why tension can persist without conscious story. That is why exhaustion can feel larger than circumstance. That is why certain patterns repeat. That is why certain moments feel charged. That is why healing cannot be reduced to surface management, because what is not consciously included is still operating. And once this is seen, the person is no longer left with the false choice between denying their experience and pathologizing it. A third way opens. The way of recognition. Not all is visible, but all is related. Not all is understood, but all is within the field. Not all is conscious, but all that exerts influence still belongs. And therefore, they have never actually been separate from anything within them. Never truly severed. Never truly divided beyond return. Only carrying, often silently, what remained connected enough to continue shaping life until awareness became ready to know it differently. That is the weight. And that is also the proof that return is real. Part 5, Recognition as Reconnection. Nothing needs to be forced back. Nothing needs to be retrieved. Only, recognized as already present. This is the great turning. Up to this point, awareness may still be subtly organizing itself around the logic of distance. Even after beginning to understand that nothing is broken, that separation is perceptual, that forgetting is not loss, and that what remains unseen is still exerting influence, there can still remain an old reflex inside the system, the reflex to reach, fix, recover, repair, excavate, or somehow pull something back from elsewhere. The mind may still imagine reintegration as an act of retrieval, as though what has been carried at a distance must be brought home from outside the field in which it already exists. It may imagine healing as a kind of internal rescue operation. It may imagine that the forgotten must be dug up, that the disowned must be dragged back, that the hidden must be forced into light, that the split must be manually fused, that the field must be reconstructed through effort. But this is not the deeper truth. Nothing needs to be forced back because nothing truly left. Nothing needs to be retrieved because nothing was ever outside the whole that holds it. What is needed is not acquisition. What is needed is recognition. And this changes everything, because recognition is not the act of creating presence. Recognition is the act of ceasing to overlook presence. Recognition is not making something belong. Recognition is seeing that it has always belonged. Recognition is not the invention of wholeness. Recognition is the ending of the perceptual distortion that made wholeness seem absent. This is why recognition equals reintegration, not symbolically, structurally, because the moment awareness truthfully recognizes what it had been relating to as distant, foreign, hidden, or separate, the conditions that maintain that distance begin to loosen. Reintegration does not occur because awareness has physically moved pieces into place. Reintegration occurs because the false boundary of exclusion begins dissolving in the presence of clear recognition. What had been held at distance is no longer being held at distance in the same way. What had been classified as not included is now being seen as included. What had been hidden behind judgment, suppression, fear, or conceptual labeling is now being met directly enough that relationship changes. And the moment relationship changes, the field reorganizes. This is why so much can shift without force, not because nothing mattered, but because force was never the mechanism of return. Force belongs to the logic of separation. Force assumes distance. Force assumes resistance must be overcome. Force assumes what is hidden is hiding against you. Force assumes something must be conquered, opened, broken through, extracted, dismantled, or compelled into presence. Force is the strategy of awareness when it still believes the truth is somewhere else and must be seized. But truth, in this domain, is not elsewhere. It is obscured. It is not gone. It is unrecognized. And what is unrecognized does not need domination. It needs relationship. That is why this part is so quiet in its real mechanics. Not passive, not weak, not avoidant. Quiet because truth here does not respond most deeply to coercion. It responds to contact, to directness without violence, to openness without agenda, to seeing that does not immediately reduce what is seen into a problem to solve. This is where noticing without resistance becomes essential. Noticing is often underestimated because it appears so simple. The mind often wants something more dramatic. It wants a method, an intervention, a breakthrough, a technology of transformation, a strong act of repair. It wants to know what to do. But the profound thing about noticing is that it is the first form of contact that does not automatically alter, defend against, suppress, interpret, or weaponize what appears. Noticing is the beginning of clean relationship. It is awareness allowing something to be present enough to be known without immediately converting it into an object of attack or control. This matters because much of what remains unintegrated has not been lacking visibility alone. It has been lacking safe, clear, non-violent recognition. It has been seen through fear. Seen through shame. Seen through defensiveness. Seen through the need to get rid of it. Seen through narratives of defect. Seen through the urgency to change. Seen through spiritual bypass, intellectual override, performance, self-improvement, self-condemnation, or premature meaning-making. In all those cases, what appears is not being truly met. It is being filtered through the already existing structures of separation. But noticing without resistance interrupts that cycle. It says, in effect, this is here. It does not say, this should not be here. This must go. This means I have failed. This proves something is wrong. This must be solved immediately. This is dangerous because it exists. None of that. Just, this is here. This is already a profound movement of reintegration, because what is resisted is kept at a distance through energetic and perceptual opposition. What is noticed clearly without resistance is no longer being held outside relationship in the same way. The field softens around it. Contact becomes possible. This is why allowing without judgment is equally central. Allowing is not indulgence. It is not the collapse of discernment. It is not approval of every pattern. It is not passivity in the face of harmful behaviors. Allowing, in this domain, means ceasing to deny the right of what is already present to be present enough to be consciously met. It means withholding the reflex that turns appearance into condemnation. It means not adding a second wound to the first by interpreting whatever arises as evidence of unworthiness, failure, weakness, spiritual inadequacy, emotional inferiority, or broken identity. Judgment fractures contact, not because it sees clearly, but because it closes relational space the moment something appears. Judgment says, I know what this means, and what it means is wrong. Allowing says, this is present, and I do not need to attack its existence in order to understand it. That distinction opens the field, because whatever has been held in obscurity often remains difficult to approach precisely because judgment has historically surrounded it. Shame-coated feelings do not come forward easily. Disowned needs do not reveal themselves clearly where they are likely to be ridiculed or rejected. Hidden fear does not soften into conscious contact where its appearance will immediately be interpreted as weakness. Grief does not fully emerge where the system has learned that feeling deeply is unsafe. Tenderness does not return where hardness has become mandatory. Anger does not become conscious where it has been equated with danger or loss of love. In each case, the issue is not mere absence. The issue is the lack of a field in which appearance can occur without instant punishment. This is why allowing without judgment is not ancillary. It is the condition that makes recognition possible. And once recognition occurs, reintegration begins. Not later, then, because the moment awareness sees something already present as already present, the illusion that it was elsewhere starts to collapse. This is also why seeing without labeling matters so deeply. Labels can be useful. They can orient. They can help language catch up to pattern. They can describe categories of experience. But labels become distortive the moment they replace direct contact. A feeling is noticed and instantly named: fear, trauma, weakness, overreaction, inner child issue, defense, projection, patterning, wound, ego, shadow, avoidance, problem. And perhaps one or more of these is conceptually relevant. But the speed of labeling often outpaces the depth of seeing. The label arrives before relationship. The concept arrives before contact. The interpretation arrives before presence has been fully allowed to reveal itself. This is one of the hidden ways awareness avoids direct recognition while pretending to understand. It names what is there instead of meeting what is there. And once something is named too quickly, the mind tends to believe it knows it. The living reality gets flattened into a familiar category. The felt texture of the present is replaced by a conceptual shorthand. The field loses dimensionality. Awareness now relates not to the living presence of what is arising, but to its own mental summary. Seeing without labeling restores immediacy. It means remaining close enough to what appears that it can disclose itself before being compressed into abstraction. It means allowing sensation to be sensation before it becomes theory. Allowing emotion to be emotion before it becomes identity. Allowing tension to be tension before it becomes pathology. Allowing the field to speak in its own structure before the mind organizes it into pre-existing narratives. This is not anti-conceptual. It is prior to concept. And that priority matters because recognition is most powerful when it is direct, not when it is merely correct in language. A person can accurately label a pattern and still remain disconnected from it. A person can describe their defenses brilliantly and still not be in relationship with what those defenses are protecting. A person can explain their history, their wounds, their nervous system, their trauma responses, their attachment style, their coping mechanisms, their disowned traits, and still remain fundamentally at a distance from the living immediacy of what is present now. Recognition is different. Recognition is not explanation. Recognition is direct conscious relationship with what is here as here. That is why it reconnects, because it removes the mediating structures that were keeping the thing known about but not truly known. This is the great subtlety. You can know about something without recognizing it. You can remember a story without re-establishing contact. You can speak fluently about pain while still standing outside the living field of what pain has been holding. Recognition is more intimate than knowledge, more transformative than analysis, more structurally relevant than interpretation alone, because recognition changes relationship in real time. The field feels it, the body feels it, the nervous system feels it. What was being held at perceptual distance is no longer being held that way. The one who sees and the thing seen are no longer organized through the same false boundary. Something begins to return, not because it moved, but because the barrier of non-recognition weakened. This is why no struggle is required at the deepest level. Struggle may occur. Resistance may appear. Fear may arise. Protective patterns may still tense. But the mechanism of reintegration is not the struggle itself. The mechanism is the moment of clear, non-violent, direct recognition that says, this, too, is already within me. This, too, has never stopped belonging. This, too, does not need to be forced into existence to be met. And because it is already here, my task is not conquest but conscious inclusion. This begins to dissolve the ancient reflex of self-opposition. So much suffering is maintained not only by pain, but by the adversarial posture awareness assumes toward whatever it does not understand within itself. It fights what appears. It controls what surfaces. It organizes healing as war. It divides the self into acceptable and unacceptable sectors and then calls the resulting pressure growth. But war cannot produce wholeness. Opposition cannot restore belonging. Attack cannot generate deep reintegration, because reintegration is not the triumph of one internal faction over another. It is the ending of the illusion that the field must conquer itself to become whole. Recognition interrupts that war. It says, I do not need to defeat what is already within me to be free from false separation from it. That is an immense change. Because once awareness stops weaponizing itself against its own contents, much of what remained hidden no longer has to remain hidden for protection. Things come closer when they are not being hunted. What is quiet begins to speak when it will not be punished for speaking. What is tense begins to soften when it no longer expects invasion. What is disowned begins to reappear when the field becomes less hostile to its existence. This is why so much reintegration feels like soft return rather than forceful breakthrough. Not always emotionally easy, but structurally gentle, a kind of quiet coming near, a decrease in exile, a reduction in inner distance, a re-establishment of continuity where discontinuity had been assumed. This is the deeper meaning of recognition equals reintegration. Not that every recognition completes the process instantly, but that the process itself occurs through recognition, not through external assembly. Every true recognition is already a movement of reintegration because every true recognition weakens the false boundary that maintained separation in perception. This can happen in the smallest moments. Noticing grief in the chest without arguing with it, feeling anger rise without instantly condemning it, sensing fear and staying present enough not to rename it as weakness, recognizing numbness not as emptiness, but as a living condition with meaning, seeing the protective structure without identifying entirely with it, recognizing the body's tension as signal rather than mere malfunction, feeling the old loneliness without collapsing into the belief that it defines identity, allowing contradiction to be seen without rushing to flatten it. Each of these moments is modest in appearance and enormous in consequence, because every such moment says to the field, you no longer need to remain exiled to exist. You no longer need to hide to belong. You no longer need to distort yourself to be felt. You no longer need to wait outside conscious relationship. Recognition has opened the door. This is why patience matters here. Not because recognition is weak, but because awareness has often spent years, sometimes decades, organizing through misrecognition. Certain structures may not soften all at once. Certain exiled dimensions may not emerge immediately. Certain sensations may remain difficult to stay with. Certain patterns may still recruit labeling, judgment, or resistance. This is not failure. It simply means the field is relearning how to relate without separation. And that relearning is itself part of reintegration. What matters is not perfection of presence. What matters is the shift in orientation, from forcing to recognizing, from fixing to relating, from retrieving to noticing, from judgment to allowing, from labeling to seeing, from the belief that wholeness must be built to the recognition that wholeness is what becomes more visible when false exclusion begins to end. This is why this part is not asking the reader to achieve a special state. It is asking for a different kind of contact, a contact free enough from fear, pressure, and conceptual domination that what is already present can finally be met as present. That is all. And that is enough. Because once what was over there is seen as already here, the architecture of separation weakens. Once what was not me is seen as still within the field of what I am, inner distance loses credibility. Once what was hidden is recognized as unrecognized but present, the field no longer has to organize around false absence. This is the doorway through which return becomes real. Not by creating new pieces. Not by manufacturing unity. Not by forcibly merging imagined fragments. But by consciously recognizing that what appeared separate never stopped existing inside one continuous belonging. That is why recognition reconnects. That is why seeing restores. That is why allowing heals without trying to heal. That is why noticing is not small. That is why no retrieval is needed. That is why no forced return is required. Nothing has to be dragged home. Nothing has to be rebuilt from nothing. Nothing has to be commanded into wholeness. Only this: to notice without resistance, to allow without judgment, to see without labeling, and in that seeing, to realize, what is recognized as already present is no longer held at the same distance. What is no longer held at that distance begins to reintegrate naturally. And what reintegrates naturally reveals what was true all along. The field never stopped holding what awareness had temporarily forgotten how to include. So let the key shift become clear in its full simplicity and power. Recognition equals reintegration, because recognition is the ending of exile in perception. Recognition is the return of relationship. Recognition is the collapse of false distance. Recognition is the restoration of conscious belonging. Recognition is awareness remembering that what it seeks to bring back never left. And once that is seen, truly seen, not merely repeated but lived, the whole movement changes. No more war against the hidden. No more pressure to recover what was never missing. No more struggle to force return. Only the quiet, profound, structurally accurate act of meeting what is already here, until what was once unrecognized is felt again as never having been outside the whole. Part 6. The return of what was forgotten. What was distant begins to feel close again. Not because it moved, but because awareness returned to it. This is one of the most sacred and quietly transformative phases in the whole movement of reintegration, because this is where the earlier recognitions begin passing out of abstraction and into living felt continuity. Until this point, much may have been understood structurally. Awareness may have begun to see that nothing is broken, that separation is perceptual, that forgetting is not loss, that unseen connection still exerts influence, and that recognition itself is already a movement of reintegration. But here something different begins. What was previously known in principle begins to be felt as reality. What was once understood as concept begins to arrive as contact. What had been intellectually accepted starts becoming inwardly undeniable through direct experience. This is the return of what was forgotten, not as spectacle, not as dramatic conquest, not as an act of pulling something out of darkness by force, but as a soft reappearance of closeness where distance once governed the relationship. This matters because awareness often imagines return incorrectly. It imagines that what was hidden must travel back, that what was distant must cross some inner geography, that what was forgotten must be fetched from an elsewhere. But the deeper truth remains what it has been throughout: what was forgotten never moved outside the field. It remained where it always was, within the living continuity of being, within the same held interiority, within the same indivisible belonging, while awareness lost direct relationship to it. And so the movement of return is not the movement of the forgotten toward awareness. It is the movement of awareness back into relationship with what it never stopped holding. This is why what once felt far can begin feeling close without any literal recovery taking place. Closeness here is not the result of transport. It is the result of reconnection. Awareness softens enough, opens enough, stabilizes enough, stops attacking enough, stops labeling fast enough, stops resisting reflexively enough, and what was once only indirectly sensed begins to become feelable again. The person may not even be able to explain at first what has changed. They may simply notice that something once numb now carries texture. Something once abstract now feels intimate. Something once disowned no longer feels foreign in quite the same way. Something once only known through symptom now begins to reveal itself more directly through feeling, memory, tenderness, grief, truth, sensation, or an unnameable but undeniable sense of inward nearness. This is often subtle. A person may notice that a familiar bodily tension no longer feels like meaningless pressure, but like the edge of something living that has been waiting to be met. They may notice that an emotion they once dismissed or feared now feels less like an intrusion and more like a presence asking to be acknowledged. They may notice that certain reactions no longer appear as random malfunctions, but as meaningful expressions of previously unrecognized continuity. They may notice that a place inside them once surrounded by avoidance now feels less defended, less unreachable, less exiled. Nothing may have been solved in any conventional sense. And yet something profound has shifted. What was distant now feels nearer. This is already enormous, because distance in perception is one of the main mechanisms through which fragmentation sustains itself. What is felt as over there, buried, not me, not now, too much, too far away, or better left untouched remains difficult to reintegrate, not because it lacks belonging, but because awareness has not yet returned to it with enough steadiness for relationship to be re-established. So when closeness begins, even gently, the entire structure changes. What was once governed by exile starts becoming governed by inclusion. What was once known only through its effects begins becoming known through direct contact. What was once managed begins becoming related to. This is where gentle contact with previously avoided aspects becomes essential, not contact through force, not contact through extraction, not contact through the violent demand that all hidden things reveal themselves immediately. Gentle contact is different. Gentle contact means awareness becoming willing to remain near what it previously moved away from. It means staying close enough to sense without rushing to control. It means letting the field of experience open 1 degree more without requiring total exposure before safety and capacity are present. It means approaching what has been avoided with respect for the fact that avoidance often formed for reasons tied to survival, overwhelm, identity preservation, relational impossibility, or insufficient conditions for full inclusion at the time. This matters because avoided aspects are not usually avoided at random. Something became difficult to consciously include. Something became charged beyond the range the system then knew how to hold without destabilization. Something became associated with pain, shame, danger, helplessness, collapse, abandonment, loss of love, internal chaos, or existential threat. And so awareness learned not to remain in direct contact with it. That avoidance may have become habitual. It may have become intelligent in its own limited way. It may even have preserved coherence for a season. But over time, what is avoided remains alive beneath the avoidance. It continues existing in indirect form. It continues influencing the field from the margins of recognition. So when awareness begins returning, it must do so without reenacting invasion. This is why gentleness is not optional. If the field feels hunted, it contracts. If hidden material feels compelled, it distorts. If awareness arrives as conqueror, the structures of protection often intensify. But when awareness arrives differently, quiet, patient, clear, non-violent, unattached to spectacle, willing to remain with what appears without immediate interpretation or domination, something that was once held away may begin allowing itself to be known more directly. This is not because some separate entity inside has chosen to cooperate. It is because relationship has changed. The field is no longer meeting itself as enemy terrain. It is meeting itself as living continuity. And under those conditions, what had been held in guarded distance can begin to draw nearer in felt reality. This is the beginning of emotional reconnection. Emotional reconnection is not simply the return of feeling in a general sense, though it may include that. It is more precise. It is the restoration of conscious relationship to emotional truths that were once obscured, muted, displaced, bypassed, mislabeled, or held at a distance through defense, numbness, overfunctioning, analysis, suppression, role performance, or fragmentation of identity. It is the moment when feeling no longer exists only as reaction or symptom, but starts becoming directly accessible as lived interior content. This can be tender, sometimes deeply so, because when emotional reconnection begins, awareness may find that what was absent was never absence at all. It was unpermitted contact. It was deferred grief. It was hidden fear. It was tenderness buried under hardness. It was longing living beneath self-protection. It was love concealed by disappointment. It was shame concealed by control. It was fatigue concealed by performance. It was sorrow concealed by adaptation. It was vulnerability concealed by strength. It was the simple truth of what one felt, carried, needed, feared, or missed waiting beneath all the structures that had learned how to continue without openly admitting it. To reconnect emotionally is not to become overwhelmed by all feeling at once. It is to begin recognizing that feeling is no longer wholly estranged. It is to feel, perhaps for the first time in a long time, that the emotional body is not merely a source of disruption, but a domain of intelligence still linked to the deeper continuity of the self. This is why emotional reconnection often brings both relief and ache at once. Relief, because contact is being restored. Ache, because what is contacted may include what was long unheld in conscious relationship. But even the ache is different now, because it is no longer ache occurring in exile. It is ache occurring in contact. And pain in contact is fundamentally different from pain in separation. Pain in separation isolates. Pain in contact can transform, because once awareness is truly with something, rather than against it or away from it, the field begins metabolizing differently. Emotion no longer has to stay frozen into indirect forms to preserve its place. It can begin moving. It can begin expressing. It can begin being known. It can begin softening its hold as direct relationship increases. This does not mean all emotional reconnection is immediately pleasant. Sometimes reconnection means finally feeling sadness where only numbness existed before. Sometimes it means finally sensing fear beneath lifelong control. Sometimes it means contacting anger beneath years of collapse or over-accommodation. Sometimes it means realizing how much love was still present beneath defensiveness. Sometimes it means becoming aware of how deeply something mattered that one had trained oneself to dismiss. But all of this belongs to the same deeper truth. What returns in feeling was already here in being. Awareness is not inventing it. Awareness is coming close enough to feel what has long been present within the field. And this is how inner coherence begins emerging more tangibly. Inner coherence is not sameness. It is not emotional flatness. It is not the eradication of contradiction or the disappearance of layered complexity. It is the restoration of relational continuity across what once felt estranged. Coherence begins when what was previously distant is no longer organized through false exclusion. It begins when awareness can remain in living contact with more of what belongs without needing to split, numb, reject, overlabel, moralize, or flee. It begins when different dimensions of the self no longer appear as isolated compartments, but as related expressions within one shared field. It begins when sensation, emotion, memory, truth, vulnerability, and function begin re-entering conscious relationship rather than operating as scattered and mutually unfamiliar territories. This does not happen by flattening distinctions. It happens by restoring belonging across distinctions. You may still feel grief and love. You may still feel strength and tenderness. You may still feel uncertainty and clarity. You may still feel contradiction in moments. But contradiction no longer has to imply fragmentation. Different emotional currents no longer have to imply a divided self. Protective structures no longer have to remain total strangers to the needs they once formed around. Memory no longer has to remain separated from embodiment. The present no longer has to remain cut off from what shaped it. And the various expressions of being no longer have to remain locked into oppositional relationship. This is coherence, not the disappearance of complexity, the reunion of complexity with continuity. This is why Part 6 is so crucial, because this is where the person begins to feel for themselves that the framework is not merely philosophically true, but experientially real. They begin to feel that what once seemed unreachable can actually be met without violence. They begin to feel that what once seemed gone can actually become close again without retrieval. They begin to feel that avoided aspects are not monsters beyond the threshold, but dimensions of their own being awaiting contact under conditions of greater honesty and less internal war. They begin to feel that emotion is not something to fear simply because it was once difficult to consciously include. They begin to feel that coherence is possible not because all differences disappear, but because belonging becomes more primary than avoidance. There is a very particular kind of relief that emerges here. Not the relief of I am finished, not the relief of everything is solved, but the relief of recognizing that closeness is possible again, that inward nearness can return, that emotional contact can reopen, that inner life can become inhabitable in places that once felt shut, that the field was never truly deadened beyond return, that what was forgotten can be felt again without requiring that it first justify its existence or prove its worth. This relief is sacred because it marks the end of a certain kind of hopelessness, the hopelessness that comes from believing that what has gone quiet is gone forever, the hopelessness that comes from mistaking numbness for emptiness, the hopelessness that comes from assuming that distance in perception reflects irreversible loss of connection. When what was distant begins to feel close again, even slightly, that hopelessness loses credibility. And once it loses credibility, the field opens further. This opening should not be rushed, because closeness, too, requires capacity. Awareness must learn how to stay with nearness without recoiling into old patterns of control, interpretation, or shutdown. It must learn how to remain with emotion without immediately trying to turn emotion into conclusion. It must learn how to feel contact without demanding that contact instantly become completion. It must learn how to let things come nearer without requiring total clarity before allowing belonging. It must learn how to trust that the re-establishment of relationship is already meaningful, even before all the implications are understood. This is part of the maturation of reintegration. To realize that contact itself is transformative. To realize that what becomes close again begins organizing differently. To realize that one does not need to wait for total mastery in order to recognize the sacredness of renewed relationship. This also clarifies why awareness must remain humble here, because as closeness returns, the temptation can arise to once again move too quickly, to analyze, define, codify, or control what is only just beginning to emerge into direct relationship. But what is returning often needs presence more than explanation, steadiness more than rapid interpretation, space more than immediate categorization. It needs to be met as living, not turned instantly into content for the mind's management. Why? Because what was forgotten is not only information, it is lived interior truth. It is held feeling. It is embodied history. It is unresolved relation. It is hidden tenderness. It is feared need. It is deferred grief. It is silenced knowing. It is all the subtle, layered dimensions of being that never stopped existing even when awareness stopped consciously remaining with them. So as these dimensions begin to feel close again, what matters is not simply that they are discovered. What matters is that they are received. Received without hurry. Received without internal violence. Received without the old reflex of turning what appears into a problem. Received as the return of relationship itself. This transforms the meaning of remembrance. Remembrance is no longer mere recollection. It is restored nearness. It is renewed contact. It is the field becoming feelably whole in places where it once felt thinned, divided, or unreachable. It is the return of warmth to inner territories that had been organized through cold distance. It is the return of tenderness to what had only known management. It is the return of honesty to what had been hidden beneath roles and strategies. It is the return of conscious presence to what had been carried unconsciously. And from this, deeper coherence becomes not only possible, but natural. Because what is close can be related to. What can be related to can be included. What is included no longer has to remain fragmented in the same way. What no longer remains fragmented reveals the continuity that was always there beneath the period of forgetting. So let the core truth of this part settle fully. What was distant begins to feel close again. Not because it moved, but because awareness returned to it. That return is the beginning of lived reintegration. That return is the reopening of emotional contact. That return is the soft collapse of inner exile. That return is the restoration of coherence where distance once ruled. And that return proves, more directly than any theory ever could, that what was forgotten was never outside the wholeness that held it all along. Part 7, No parts, only distinctions. The idea of parts begins dissolving, not because the experiences that gave rise to that language were false, not because the felt sense of inner multiplicity was imagined, not because the tensions, contradictions, roles, reactions, emotional shifts, protective strategies, and differing internal viewpoints were never real as lived experience. They were real as experience, but the interpretation that those experiences proved the existence of truly separate entities inside you begins to lose its hold. This is the refinement. This is the clearing. This is where awareness becomes precise enough to distinguish between the usefulness of a framework and the deeper truth beyond the framework. There were never truly separate entities inside you, only distinctions, only perspectives, only experiences, only different movements of one field appearing in different forms, carrying different charges, expressing different histories, protecting different sensitivities, and orienting through different perceptual structures. But all of it remained within the same field. All of it remained within the same belonging. All of it remained suspended inside one continuity vast enough to hold contradiction without becoming divided by contradiction, difference without becoming severed by difference, and complexity without becoming ontologically fragmented. This matters profoundly, because the language of parts can serve a function for a time. It can help awareness begin noticing differentiation. It can help a person stop flattening their internal world into one false narrative. It can help them understand why one impulse says yes while another says no, why one layer longs for contact while another fears it, why one movement is tender while another is guarded, why one region of the self knows truth while another still reacts from older shaping. In this sense, language about parts can be clarifying, but it is not ultimate, and if held too tightly, it can accidentally preserve the very separation it was meant to illuminate. Because once awareness begins imagining itself as a collection of internal beings, chambers, fragments, selves, or quasi-independent occupants, a subtle error can occur. The useful recognition of distinction becomes a metaphysics of division. The person no longer says only, different things are happening in me. They begin to say, whether explicitly or subtly, I am made up of separate inner people, or what I am is fundamentally fractured into independent internal entities. And once that shift occurs, the perceptual architecture of separation is quietly restabilized at a deeper level. This is what now begins dissolving. Not the recognition of difference, the misinterpretation of difference. The felt truth that many things can arise does not require the conclusion that many unrelated selves exist within you. It only requires the recognition that one field can express itself through many distinctions. A single living continuity can generate multiple perspectives. A single stream of being can hold multiple emotional realities. A single awareness can witness contradictory impulses without those impulses proving ontological multiplicity. A single field can contain tenderness and fear, openness and defense, grief and love, clarity and confusion, stillness and reactivity, all without ceasing to be one. This is one of the deepest liberations available in the path of reintegration. To realize that internal complexity never required internal separateness. To realize that multiplicity of expression is not multiplicity of being. To realize that a person can feel many things, think many thoughts, adopt many roles, carry many memories, and move through many differentiated experiential states without being structurally split into many selves. There are no separate entities inside you. There are distinctions, and distinctions are not a threat to wholeness. They are one of the ways wholeness appears in experience. This shifts the entire center of identity. Before this recognition, identity often floats between the differentiated expressions, trying to determine which one is the real me. One moment the person identifies with the strong one, another with the frightened one, another with the wounded one, another with the wise one, another with the numb one, another with the part that knows, another with the part that forgets, another with the voice that wants closeness, another with the voice that pushes it away. Identity keeps relocating itself from distinction to distinction, as if one of them must be the true center and the others secondary, false, threatening, or less legitimate. This creates endless instability, because no single distinction can bear the full weight of identity. No single feeling is the whole of you. No single reaction is the whole of you. No single role is the whole of you. No single protective strategy is the whole of you. No single memory is the whole of you. No single self-concept is the whole of you. And when awareness keeps trying to find itself inside one isolated distinction, it keeps losing itself every time another distinction arises. This is why the shift is so profound. From I am divided to I am the space in which all distinctions appear. This is not dissociation. It is not abstraction. It is not a bypass that removes intimacy from a lived experience. It is a more accurate placement of identity, because what you are most deeply is not any single differentiated content within the field. You are not reducible to the fear, the longing, the role, the defense, the memory, the tenderness, the thought, the contraction, the grief, the strategy, the image, or the oscillation between them. All of these are real as appearances. All of them matter. All of them deserve relationship. But none of them, alone or combined, exhaust the truth of what you are. You are the field within which they arise. You are the aware continuity in which they become visible. You are the living interior space in which tension, contradiction, emotion, memory, sensation, and perspective come forth, interact, recede, intensify, soften, and reveal their relationship. This does not make the distinctions unreal. It restores them to their rightful place. They are expressions within the field, not separate owners of the field. This changes the meaning of internal conflict. Before, conflict felt like war between parts. Now it begins to be seen as tension between distinctions arising within one shared space. That is very different, because war implies enemies. Tension implies relationship. War implies victory through dominance. Tension implies the need for greater coherence. War implies separateness. Tension can occur entirely within unity. This allows awareness to stop dramatizing its own inner life as a battlefield of independent internal forces and begin seeing it more truthfully as a dynamic field of differentiated movements seeking clearer relationship within one whole. Once this is seen, much unnecessary strain falls away. The person no longer has to negotiate peace treaties between imagined inner entities. They no longer have to fear that one part will take over as if it were fundamentally alien to the rest of being. They no longer have to solidify every perspective into a semi-permanent sub-self in order to validate its existence. They can simply see that many experiential currents are arising, each with its own texture, tone, history, meaning, and energetic signature, but all of them remain appearances within one indivisible field. This recognition deepens humility as well, because it reveals that much of what was being treated as identity was only temporary organization inside awareness. A fear state comes and says, "This is what I am." A protective state comes and says, "This is what I am." A collapsed state comes and says, "This is what I am." An exalted state comes and says, "This is what I am." A wounded memory comes and says, "This is who I have always been." A high-functioning identity comes and says the same. But all of them are speaking from within a larger field that exceeds them. That larger field is not cold distance from experience. It is what makes coherent relationship to experience possible. Because if identity remains fused to each distinction as it arises, awareness is continually captured. It gets pulled into the emotional weather of each movement and forgets the continuity in which those movements are occurring. But when awareness remembers itself as the field in which distinctions arise, it can remain intimate without collapsing, present without fusing, relational without becoming imprisoned inside each passing organization. This is a major threshold of freedom. Not freedom from feeling, not freedom from complexity, not freedom from history. Freedom from false confinement inside every differentiated appearance. This also dissolves a subtler illusion, the idea that reintegration means merging separate parts into one thing. That language may point in the right direction, but at deeper levels it becomes inaccurate. Reintegration is not the stitching together of actually separate entities. It is the remembering of the single field in which all distinctions already belong. It is not assembly. It is clarification. It is not union between previously unrelated substances. It is the collapse of misperceived distance inside an already unified continuity. This is why the language of parts naturally begins falling away once awareness matures in its seeing, not because it was sinful or stupid to use it, but because it becomes unnecessary. Once you can feel directly that all the differentiated experiences inside you are arising within one field, you no longer need to imagine separate occupants to explain their difference. You can say what is more precise: there is grief here. There is protection here. There is fear here. There is tenderness here. There is resistance here. There is longing here. There is confusion here. There is memory here. There is joy here. There is numbness here. There is truth here not yet fully embodied. There is embodiment here not yet fully articulated. There are distinctions. There are perspectives. There are experiences. But there are not many unrelated selves. There is one field with many appearances, and that one field is what you are. This understanding heals something subtle and enormous. It heals the habit of self-division at the level of ontology, because as long as the person believes they are fundamentally made of separate inner entities, there remains a hidden commitment to fragmentation at the level of identity. The self may become kinder, more nuanced, more relational, more psychologically aware, but still unconsciously committed to the idea that it is not fundamentally one. That commitment keeps the architecture of separation alive in refined form. This part ends that, not by demanding sameness, by revealing the deeper unity that was never threatened by differentiation. That unity is not conceptual. It can be felt. It can be sensed in the moment awareness stops chasing the real self through shifting internal states and instead recognizes the stable open continuity in which all those states are occurring. It can be sensed in the moment a contradiction arises and the person no longer says, "Which one is me?" but rather, "Both of these are appearing within me." It can be sensed in the moment grief and gratitude coexist, fear and love coexist, clarity and uncertainty coexist, and awareness remains wide enough not to fracture under their coexistence. It can be sensed in the moment the body tightens and instead of becoming only the tension, awareness notices, tension is arising here within the field of what I am. It can be sensed in the moment a formerly disowned emotion surfaces and instead of being treated as an invading other, it is met as one more distinction now appearing within the same space of belonging. This is the practical shift. It is not merely philosophical. It changes how one relates in real time. Because when identity moves from the distinction to the field, panic decreases, urgency decreases, possessiveness around states decreases, shame decreases, the need to eliminate contradiction decreases, the need to identify with only the highest or best internal movement decreases, the pressure to get rid of anything that feels out of alignment decreases. Why? Because the field does not have to fear what it can hold, and what it can hold does not have to be made into an enemy. This is the beginning of profound stability, not the stability of frozen sameness, the stability of a wide enough identity to remain itself while many things move through it. That is true coherence, not the elimination of distinctions, the recognition of their shared ground. And this shared ground is not a metaphor, it is the actual living fact of your being. Every distinction you have ever noticed required a field in which it could be noticed. Every perspective that has ever arisen in you arose somewhere. Every feeling that ever moved through something wider than itself. Every thought, memory, role, defense, hope, wound, and revelation appeared within a continuity that did not cease every time the contents changed. That continuity is closer to what you are than any temporary distinction. That continuity is what remains when no single state is allowed to define the whole. That continuity is what makes reintegration possible in the first place, because reintegration is simply the field recognizing itself through its own differentiated appearances. This is why the sentence matters so much. I am the space in which all distinctions appear. Not I am one of the distinctions. Not I am the best distinction. Not I am the healed distinction and must eliminate the wounded distinction. Not I am the observer detached from all content. No, more intimate than detachment, more stable than fusion, more true than fragmentation. I am the space in which all distinctions appear. This means you are not threatened by their appearance. You are not reduced to their appearance. You are not broken by their coexistence. You are not lost because they differ. You are not divided because multiple experiential truths are moving at once. You are the field spacious enough to hold them without turning their difference into separation. And from this, a new kind of compassion becomes possible. Not compassion from one part toward another. Not compassion as management between ineffections, but compassion as the natural quality of a field no longer at war with its own distinctions. This compassion does not sentimentalize, it includes. It does not flatten difference, it permits it without exile. It does not lose discernment, it simply refuses to convert distinction into alienation. This is mature wholeness, not simplification, not erasure, not forced integration through conceptual neatness. Wholeness mature enough to let many things appear without ceasing to know itself as one. This is the end of a certain illusion, the illusion that multiplicity proves fragmentation, the illusion that difference requires many selves, the illusion that tension implies true division, the illusion that identity must be found in one particular internal position. And with the end of that illusion comes a more grounded recognition. There were never parts in the final sense. There were distinctions, there were perspectives, there were experiences, there were patterned movements shaped by memory, protection, meaning, and perception. There were regions of emphasis, tones of feeling, ways of orienting, temporary organizations of energy and identity. But all of them arose within the same field. All of them belonged to the same living continuity. All of them were held within the same indivisible space of being, and that space is what you are, not broken, not divided into separate entities, not a house of unrelated selves, but the living field in which all distinctions appear, are seen, are related, are softened, are clarified, and are finally remembered as never having been outside the whole. Part 8. Living without internal separation. Internal conflict reduces naturally, because nothing is being pushed away anymore. This is where the entire movement begins becoming livable, not merely understood, not merely felt in rare moments, not merely visited during reflection, insight, prayer, meditation, or temporary states of clarity, but lived, embodied, brought into the actual conditions of daily existence. Because there is a great difference between recognizing truth in moments of depth and learning how to remain in truthful relationship while life is moving. There is a great difference between touching wholeness and living from it. There is a great difference between experiencing reunion inwardly and no longer organizing your daily being around subtle inner exile. This part is where that difference begins dissolving. Up to this point, the field has been clearing. The false paradigm of brokenness has been dismantled. The illusion of separation has been named. Forgetting has been understood as altered relationship rather than loss. The unseen has been revealed as still active. Recognition has been seen as reintegration. What was distant has begun to feel near again. The notion of separate inner parts has begun dissolving into a more precise understanding of distinctions within one field. Now comes the question that must eventually be lived. What is it like to exist when awareness no longer treats its own contents as enemies, intrusions, defects, or foreign territories? What is it like to live when nothing inside has to be pushed away in order for coherence to remain? The answer is not perfection. The answer is inclusion. This must be understood very clearly, because one of the final and most persistent distortions that often remains after deeper insight begins to dawn is the hidden belief that healing should eventually produce a state in which nothing difficult arises anymore. People may stop calling themselves broken, stop identifying with fragmentation, stop exiling their own inner life as harshly as before, and yet still carry one final unconscious demand, that wholeness should look like the disappearance of contradiction, the end of difficult emotion, the permanent stabilization of peace, the inability to be shaken, the absence of tension, the completion of all internal work, the resolution of all ambiguity, the final removal of every shadow of discomfort. But that is not wholeness. That is a fantasy of unbroken pleasantness. Wholeness is not the absence of movement. Wholeness is the absence of exile. Wholeness is not the elimination of all difficult inner content. Wholeness is the ending of the false necessity to divide against that content in order to remain in relationship with yourself. This changes everything, because once awareness ceases pushing away what arises, internal conflict loses one of its main sources of fuel. This is a subtle but immense truth. Much of internal conflict is not caused solely by the presence of pain, fear, anger, grief, uncertainty, contradiction, or vulnerability. Much of internal conflict is caused by the second movement that follows them, the movement of resistance, judgment, control, suppression, denial, correction, moralization, avoidance, or internal opposition. Emotion arises, and then the self opposes the emotion. Fear appears, and then the self condemns the fear. Grief comes forward, and then the self insists grief is inconvenient, regressive, weak, untimely, or excessive. Tenderness appears, and then the self hardens against it to maintain protection. Anger rises, and then the self either collapses into it unconsciously or rejects its very presence as unacceptable. Uncertainty appears, and the self mistakes it for failure. The first movement may be painful. The second movement turns pain into war. And war is what begins dissolving here. Not because emotion disappears, because nothing is being pushed away anymore. This is what allows coexistence of emotions to become possible. Coexistence is one of the clearest signs that awareness is no longer organizing through internal separation. Before this, emotions often compete for legitimacy. One must win. One must define the moment. One must be treated as the real feeling while the others are downgraded, mistrusted, explained away, or denied. A person feels grief and gratitude, but believes they should not coexist. They feel anger and love, but imagine one invalidates the other. They feel fear and clarity, but believe clarity should eliminate fear if it is real. They feel tenderness and defensiveness, longing and caution, peace and sorrow, and because these currents seem contradictory, they are treated as evidence of unresolved fragmentation. But contradiction is not always fragmentation. Very often it is simple complexity. It is life appearing with more than one truth at once. It is the field expressing multiple valid currents within the same lived moment. And once awareness stops demanding emotional singularity as proof of coherence, a great deal of inner pressure falls away. You can grieve and still know. You can love and still fear. You can feel uncertain and still remain grounded. You can be angry and still be deeply caring. You can feel tenderness while still noticing protective contraction. You can feel exhausted and still be inwardly clear. You can feel relief and sadness at the same time. You can feel the ache of what was lost and the gratitude of what remains. None of this divides you. What divides you is the belief that one emotion must invalidate another in order for the self to remain coherent. Once that belief dissolves, emotions no longer need to war for dominance. They can coexist. And when they coexist, awareness can begin relating to the total field more truthfully. This does not mean every feeling should be acted upon equally. Coexistence is not indiscriminate expression. It is truthful inclusion. It means allowing the field to contain what is actually there without forcing premature simplification. This is mature clarity, which leads to the next movement, clarity without suppression. Clarity is often misunderstood. Many people imagine clarity as a state in which all confusion has vanished, all emotion has quieted, and everything is internally resolved into a single crisp line of truth. But in lived reality, clarity often emerges not because all other movements disappear, but because awareness learns to see what is present without suppressing what complicates the view. That is a very different kind of clarity. It is not manufactured certainty. It is not control masquerading as wisdom. It is not the silencing of dissonant feelings so the mind can feel stable. It is the ability to remain in contact with the whole field without becoming blinded by any one dimension of it. This means a person can feel fear without lying to themselves about what they know. They can feel grief life without losing contact with what is still true. They can feel emotional turbulence without abandoning their deeper orientation. They can notice old patterns activating without collapsing into the belief that nothing has changed. They can remain honest without becoming fragmented. That is clarity without suppression. Suppression creates temporary neatness at the cost of depth. Clarity without suppression allows for depth without losing discernment. That distinction matters because many people have learned to produce a kind of pseudo-clarity by cutting themselves off from what they do not want to feel. They call it being strong. They call it being centered. They call it being rational. They call it being spiritually advanced. They call it having moved on. But if clarity depends on the disappearance or exclusion of what is difficult, it is brittle. It can shatter the moment life touches what has been suppressed. True clarity is wider than that. It is clear enough to include the difficult without becoming identical to it. This is what becomes possible when there is no internal separation, because what used to be suppressed is no longer treated as a threat to coherence. It can appear, be known, be related to, and still not rule the whole field. From this comes movement without resistance. This does not mean passivity. It does not mean one ceases having preference, discernment, or the capacity to say no. It means the overall flow of being is no longer constantly interrupted by the friction of self-opposition. Resistance, in its deeper sense here, is not simply the natural boundary that protects truth or the wise refusal of what is misaligned. It is the compulsive opposition awareness creates toward its own internal content. It is the tightening that says, this should not be happening, when something already is. It is the fight against what is present. It is the insistence that the field must first become different before it can be allowed to move. When this kind of resistance softens, movement changes quality. Emotion moves more cleanly. Thought passes with less entanglement. Insight arrives with less obstruction. Grief can move instead of calcifying. Anger can reveal its intelligence instead of becoming distortion or suppression. Tenderness can emerge without immediate self-protection burying it. Fear can be felt without becoming the ruler of identity. Truth can speak without having to destroy everything else in the field to be heard. This is what movement without resistance means. Not life becoming simple, but life no longer having to push through so much internal opposition in order to continue. When there is less internal opposition, energy becomes available again. That is one of the most immediate felt shifts. So much energy is lost in maintaining inner conflict. It takes energy to suppress. It takes energy to deny. It takes energy to resist. It takes energy to maintain internal compartments. It takes energy to keep certain feelings at bay. It takes energy to uphold idealized self-images against the realities they exclude. It takes energy to keep repeating the war between what is present and what one thinks should be present instead. And because many people have lived this way for so long, they do not realize how much life force is trapped inside unnecessary internal opposition. When separation begins dissolving, some of that energy returns. Not because life becomes easier in every external way, because less of the field is being consumed by war against itself. This return of available energy is part of what makes living without internal separation feel lighter, even when life remains complex. Lighter does not always mean easy. It means less burdened by false division, less burdened by the effort of self-exile, less burdened by the demand to be internally perfect before one can be at peace. And here we arrive at the core transformation. Wholeness becomes inclusion, not perfection. This is not a slogan. It is a complete reordering of what healing means. Perfection is an impossible project constructed by separation-based consciousness. It says that the self must become free of contradiction, free of pain, free of shadow, free of difficulty, free of unfinishedness, free of all movements that challenge the preferred identity structure. Perfection depends on exclusion. It depends on removing what does not fit the ideal. It depends on controlling the field until it reflects only what the self finds acceptable. Inclusion is different. Inclusion says that wholeness is not created by eliminating everything uncomfortable. Wholeness is revealed when nothing that belongs is denied the right to belong. This does not mean every pattern is equally aligned. It does not mean discernment disappears. It does not mean harmful behavior is sanctified. It means the field no longer mistakes the presence of difficulty for proof that wholeness has failed. This is one of the most liberating recognitions in the entire process. You do not need to become free of every difficult feeling to be whole. You do not need to stop ever being triggered to be whole. You do not need to resolve every contradiction instantly to be whole. You do not need to maintain constant inner peace to be whole. You do not need to never regress, never wobble, never feel uncertain, never ache, never grieve, never react, never get tired, never feel old patterns brush against the surface again. None of that is required. What matters is whether whatever arises is met inside inclusion or inside exile. This is the deeper criterion now. Not did I feel something difficult, but did I have to separate from myself because I felt it? Not did contradiction appear, but did contradiction force me back into internal war? Not did I stay perfect, but did I remain in relationship? This is a much truer measure of wholeness, because inclusion does not break the moment difficulty appears. Inclusion widens to hold difficulty without surrendering coherence. That is strength of a different order entirely, not the strength of domination, the strength of capacity, the strength of a field wide enough to remain itself while many things pass through. This is why living without internal separation does not create a rigidly calm person. It creates a more inhabitable inner world, one in which life can happen without every movement becoming a referendum on identity, one in which emotion does not have to be feared simply because it is strong, one in which nuance does not threaten stability, one in which imperfection no longer means failure, one in which being human does not have to be interpreted as evidence of fragmentation. This also changes how time is lived. When there is less internal separation, the present becomes more available. Not because memory vanishes, but because memory is no longer constantly competing from behind the scenes through unrecognized structures. Not because the future ceases to matter, but because anxiety is less needed as a substitute for contact. The person becomes more capable of being where they are because less of the field is occupied by covert management of inner distance. Presence becomes more natural because inclusion restores continuity. This can look very simple from the outside. Someone pauses before reacting. Someone feels sadness and does not spiral into self-condemnation. Someone notices fear and remains honest instead of collapsing into performance. Someone lets anger reveal information without either suppressing it or being consumed by it. Someone feels conflicting emotions and does not require immediate resolution. Someone rests without guilt. Someone speaks truth without needing to amputate tenderness. Someone holds tenderness without needing to abandon boundaries. These may seem small. They are not. They are signs that the field is living from inclusion rather than from separation. That is enormous. And it is here that a deeper peace begins emerging. Not peace as the absence of movement. Peace as the absence of self-exile. Peace as the end of the constant requirement to divide against one's own experience. Peace as the soft but stable knowing that whatever arises can be met within belonging. This is why inner conflict reduces naturally. Not because the self becomes uniform, because nothing is being pushed away anymore. That is the secret. That is the living mechanism. What is pushed away returns as conflict. What is included can begin reorganizing inside coherence. What is denied intensifies separation. What is welcomed into truthful relationship begins losing its need to appear through distorted or adversarial forms. Inclusion is not indulgence. It is intelligent non-exile. It is truthful belonging. It is the field remembering that it does not have to become smaller to feel safe. And from this, life becomes more direct, more breathable, more spacious. Not because all difficulty has ended, but because difficulty no longer has to split the self from itself. This is the beginning of true embodiment of what has been remembered so far. Not a concept of wholeness, a lived wholeness. One in which the many can move within the one without being turned into evidence of division. One in which feeling can deepen without identity collapsing. One in which clarity can remain without suppression. One in which movement can continue without resistance. One in which the self no longer strives to become perfect, because it has begun to understand something much more true. Wholeness is inclusion, not perfection. And once that is lived, even imperfectly, even gradually, even while life continues unfolding in all its complexity, a great burden falls away. The burden of having to become other than what you are in order to finally belong to yourself. Part 9, Seeing Others Through the Same Lens. Now the shift extends outward. This is where the work becomes relational in a deeper and more demanding way. Because it is one thing to begin loosening the illusion of separation within oneself, and another to look at another human being through that same clarity without collapsing into judgment, superiority, pity, control, impatience, or false responsibility. It is one thing to realize that what felt fragmented in you was never actually broken beyond belonging. It is another to hold that same recognition when faced with someone else's confusion, defensiveness, blindness, volatility, numbness, contradiction, collapse, aggression, avoidance, denial, or pain. But this extension is necessary, because if the inner work remains only internal, then the old distortion reappears the moment another person enters the field. Awareness may soften inwardly, become more inclusive toward its own distinctions, more patient with its own reactions, more able to hold complexity without dividing against itself, and yet still turn outward and relate to others through the old architecture of separation. Others may still be labeled as broken, difficult, toxic, hopeless, unconscious, damaged, weak, delusional, manipulative, lost, or less aware. And once that happens, the lens fractures again. The same system that was beginning to reunify inwardly becomes externally divisive. The old duality returns, only now disguised as discernment, spiritual insight, or therapeutic understanding. This part prevents that, because others are not broken either. That must be felt, not merely repeated. Not as a moral obligation, not as a sentimental slogan, as structural truth. They are experiencing their own internal distinctions as separation. That is what you are often seeing when you look at another person and feel pain, concern, confusion, frustration, tenderness, grief, helplessness, or even anger in response to how they are moving through the world. You are not, at the deepest level, looking at a person who is fundamentally broken in essence. You are looking at a field of being that has become organized around internal estrangement. You are looking at someone who may have forgotten the continuity in which their own distinctions still belong. You are looking at someone whose fear may have become identity, whose defense may have become voice, whose adaptation may have become self-concept, whose suppression may have become normality, whose pain may be operating invisibly beneath behavior, whose longing may be buried beneath hardness, whose confusion may have hardened into certainty, whose self-protection may be misread by others as indifference, aggression, apathy, arrogance, or refusal. None of that means the person is not accountable. None of that means all behavior becomes harmless. None of that means all boundaries dissolve. But it changes the field of perception entirely, because now you are no longer seeing only surface pattern and calling it essence. You are no longer seeing reactivity and assuming it is the core of what they are. You are no longer seeing contradiction and concluding ontological failure. You are no longer seeing blindness and imagining absence of depth. You are no longer seeing distance and assuming lack of belonging. You are seeing more truthfully. You are seeing that, just as in yourself, what appears externally is often the visible expression of how a person is relating to their own internal field. This makes relational life far more nuanced, because what once looked like simple hostility may begin to reveal itself as defended fear. What looked like indifference may begin to reveal itself as disconnection from feeling. What looked like arrogance may begin to reveal itself as protective inflation around buried shame. What looked like neediness may begin to reveal itself as a field still starving for secure inclusion. What looked like emotional volatility may begin to reveal itself as intensity without inner coherence. What looked like control may begin to reveal itself as terror of collapse. What looked like withdrawal may begin to reveal itself as overwhelmed self-protection. What looked like stubborn blindness may begin to reveal itself as an identity structure too threatened to allow certain truths into conscious relationship. This does not flatten moral reality. It deepens perception. It says, behavior is real, consequence is real, impact is real, but the meaning of behavior is rarely exhausted by the behavior itself. And that is crucial, Because when you see someone only through the outer pattern, you reduce them to their most visible organization. You confuse their current structure with their whole being. You confuse what is expressed with what is ultimate. You confuse their present degree of recognition with their deepest capacity. This is one of the most common ways separation recreates itself interpersonally. People begin relating to each other not as living fields containing hidden complexity, but as fixed identities based on what is currently visible. Once that happens, judgment solidifies. Patience disappears. Curiosity collapses. Relationship narrows. And the possibility of meeting others in truth is replaced by the management of categories. Seeing others through the same lens interrupts that. It restores dimensionality. It reminds awareness that what it learned inwardly is not for the self alone. The same principle holds outwardly. Distinction is not the same as separation. A person may appear far from themselves and still not be severed from what they are. A person may act from defense and still not be reducible to defense. A person may be profoundly identified with a protective structure and still contain depths of tenderness, intelligence, truth, and longing that they do not yet consciously know how to embody. A person may be operating in ways that are painful to witness and still not be broken in essence. This changes not only what you see, but how you feel while seeing. There is often more grief, more compassion, more sobriety, sometimes more sadness, because you can feel more clearly how deeply people suffer under the illusion of separation without even knowing that this is what is happening. You can feel how often they mistake their own fear for selfhood, their own protection for truth, their own fragmentation for identity, their own unprocessed pain for the world itself. You can feel how often they war against themselves without recognizing the war, and then carry that war outward into relationships, choices, speech, and structures. You can feel how often what harms others emerge is not from some essential evil at the core, but from distorted organization around fear, shame, loss, confusion, survival, misrecognition, and the inability to remain in direct relationship with their own deeper field. This grief is part of clearer love, not sentimental love, truthful love, love that no longer needs to romanticize or excuse distortion in order to see the being beneath it. Love that can say, this behavior is harmful, this pattern is painful, this impact is real, and still, beneath all of this, you are not what your fragmentation has made visible. That is a different way of seeing a person, and it changes your own nervous system in relationship to them. Because when you perceive only the surface organization, you tend to react to the surface organization as if it were the totality. You become trapped inside their presentation. If they are defensive, you fight defense. If they are controlling, you either submit to or resist control. If they are collapsed, you either overfunction for them or withdraw. If they are aggressive, you harden. If they are distant, you chase or detach. In each case, your awareness gets recruited into the same reactive field their current organization is creating. You begin meeting fragmentation with fragmentation. You begin responding to their separation from themselves by becoming separated from your own deeper lens. But when you see through the same lens you have learned inwardly, there is more room. Not infinite tolerance. Not passivity. Room. Room enough not to collapse into immediate identification with the visible pattern. Room enough to remain in contact with your own clarity while perceiving theirs. Room enough to sense that what is happening is deeper than the immediate presentation. Room enough to discern without reducing. Room enough to care without being consumed. Room enough to know that what you are looking at is a person whose internal distinctions are being lived as separation, and that much of what feels difficult in them may be the externalized consequence of that inner estrangement. This gives rise to a different kind of compassion, not pity. Pity still implies hierarchy. Pity says, I am whole, you are damaged. I am above, you are below. I understand, you are trapped. And even when pity appears kind on the surface, it is still separation wearing softness. True compassion here is different. Compassion means, I recognize the structure. I know something of this architecture. I know what it is for a field to experience its own distinctions as division. I know what it is for unseen pain to shape visible behavior. I know what it is for defense to masquerade as identity. I know what it is for what still belongs to be treated as foreign. I know what it is for fear to organize perception. I know what it is for the self to lose conscious relationship with dimensions it still contains. And because I know something of that, I do not need to reduce you to what is visible right now. This is much cleaner. It contains no superiority. It contains recognition. Recognition is what makes this outward shift real, not projection, not idealism, not the refusal to see harm. Recognition. You are seeing the same mechanics through another expression of being. That does not mean you know every detail of their inner life. It does not mean you can interpret them perfectly. It does not mean you should assume hidden nobility behind every harmful act and disregard impact. It means that your lens is no longer crude. Your seeing has matured beyond surface absolutism. You understand that what you witness in others may be the visible edge of unseen in a disconnection. This changes how you listen, because instead of listening only for content, you begin listening for structure. You begin hearing not only what a person says, but how their field is organized while saying it. You begin hearing where they are fused, where they are defended, where they are cut off from feeling, where they are using certainty to hold themselves together, where they are speaking from fear while calling it logic, where they are trying to preserve identity through denial, where they are longing beneath anger, where they are reaching beneath indifference, where they are hiding beneath performance. You begin hearing the relationship they are in with their own distinctions. This does not mean you must tell them what you hear. Often you should not. But you begin to perceive differently. And perception changes relationship long before words do. Because once your seeing changes, the quality of your presence changes. There may be less reactive judgment, less urgency to define them, less need to win against their current structure, less temptation to reduce them to a category, less compulsion to take their defensive organization personally in ways that eclipse deeper understanding. There may also be more sobriety about what they can and cannot access right now, more realistic discernment about how available they are to contact, more clarity about what kind of relationship is actually possible, more understanding of why love alone does not always immediately create recognition, and more groundedness about the limits of what can be forced from the outside. This is one of the most important consequences of seeing others through this lens. You stop confusing clearer perception with increased control. Just because you can see the structure more deeply does not mean you can make another person see it. This matters enormously, because the moment insight about another person becomes a hidden claim to authority over their process, separation reappears in a new form. You become the knower. They become the one who must be corrected. Your clarity becomes a subtle weapon. Your concern becomes covert pressure. Your love becomes entangled with the wish that they would validate your perception by changing in response to it. And then, despite all the right language, the old architecture of imposition has returned. So this part does not merely change how you perceive others. It changes how you hold your perception of them. You may see clearly and still remain humble. You may recognize patterns and still refuse to turn recognition into domination. You may perceive their suffering and still not assume ownership of their unfolding. You may feel compassion and still keep boundaries. You may understand more and still know you cannot live their recognition for them. This is where relational maturity begins deepening, because seeing through this lens does not make you savior, fixer, or translator of another soul against their will. It makes you less distorted in how you perceive them. That is enough, and it is significant. There is also a subtler transformation here. Resentment can begin losing some of its unconscious fuel. Not because all pain disappears. Not because all wounds are excused. But because resentment often feeds on the reduction of others to their outer behavior alone. When a person is only their offense, only their blindness, only their wound pattern, only the impact they had, the field hardens around them. But when it becomes clear that they, too, were moving within structures of misrecognition, defense, fear, and internal separation, something may soften, not necessarily into closeness, reconciliation, or trust, but into deeper truth. You may still protect yourself. You may still grieve. You may still decline relationship. But the psychic field is less likely to remain trapped in crude simplification. This matters not only for them, but for you. Because every time awareness reduces another being to a fixed distortion, it strengthens the very architecture of separation this whole work is undoing. And every time awareness perceives another human being as a field whose internal distinctions are being lived as separation, even while maintaining clear discernment, something profound becomes possible. You can see them truly without either collapsing into them or standing above them. That is rare, that is clean, that is love with spine. It neither abandons truth nor abandons the person beneath the visible pattern. It says, I see what is happening. I do not need to call you broken to be honest about it. I do not need to deny your distortion to preserve your dignity. I do not need to flatten your being into your current organization. I do not need to save you in order to care. I do not need to control you in order to recognize your suffering. I do not need to merge with your confusion in order to remain open-hearted. I do not need to abandon myself in order to see that you, too, remain held within something deeper than what is presently visible. This changes everything. It changes family relationships, friendships, partnerships, conflict, witnessing addiction, shutdown, defensiveness, blindness, spiritual inflation, emotional immaturity, grief, confusion, loss, trauma patterning, over-control, collapse, or self-destruction. Not because all of these become easy, but because the lens becomes clearer than the pattern. And when the lens is clearer than the pattern, you are less likely to be recruited by the pattern into separation. That is the real gift here. Not that you become endlessly tolerant, not that you become incapable of pain, not that you never feel anger, grief, or frustration, but that you begin seeing others in a way that keeps your own perception aligned with truth even when they are not living from theirs. And that is a profound form of integrity. So let the core shift be stated plainly. Others are not broken either. They are often living as though their internal distinctions are separate, final, and defining. They are often identified with structures formed around pain. They are often defending against what still belongs to them. They are often speaking from organization they mistake for selfhood. They are often moving within fields of unrecognized connection. And when you see this, truly see it, not as abstraction but as living relational truth, you do not become naive. You become more real, more careful, more compassionate, more discerning, more capable of loving without distortion, more capable of saying yes or no without reducing a person to the moment in which you meet them, more capable of understanding why someone may be hard to reach without deciding they are empty inside, more capable of witnessing their separation without calling it their essence. This is how the same lens extends outward, and when it does, perception changes entirely. You are no longer looking at broken people. You are looking at beings who, like you, have known what it is for what is still one to be experienced as many. You are looking at beings who may have forgotten their own continuity. You are looking at beings still held by what they do not yet know how to consciously include. You are looking at beings whose visible organization may be far from their deepest truth. And because you see that, the whole relational field changes, not into perfection, into deeper honesty, into clearer compassion, into stronger discernment without dehumanization, into love that does not depend on illusion, into perception that finally understands. What looks fractured in another is very often the appearance of internal distinction being lived as separation. And that recognition, held cleanly, changes the way you see them entirely. Part 10, the urge to make them see. You recognize something in them, and you want them to recognize it too. This is one of the most tender, difficult, and easily distorted thresholds in the entire relational field, because this is where care becomes vulnerable to control, where love becomes vulnerable to pressure, where perception becomes vulnerable to subtle violence, and where the desire to help can quietly cross into the urge to manage another person's recognition as though truth could be handed over by force of clarity, depth of feeling, strength of concern, or purity of intention. This is not a small tension, it is one of the great human tensions, because to see something in another person that they do not seem to see in themselves is painful. To feel that they are suffering within a structure you can partially recognize is painful. To sense that they are moving from fear, fragmentation, numbness, blindness, or defended identification, and to feel that something in them could loosen if only they could see what you are seeing, creates a particular kind of ache. It is not merely intellectual frustration. It is relational pain. It is the pain of contact without transfer. It is the pain of witnessing without being able to directly deliver recognition into another field. It is the pain of loving where you cannot replace another's own seeing. This is why the urge arises. It is not usually born from cruelty. It is born from contact with suffering. It is born from care. It is born from the fact that something in you feels the cost of their misrecognition, the cost of their distance from themselves, the cost of the patterns they are living inside, the cost of the harm they are receiving or generating because they do not yet see clearly what is operating. And because you care, a natural movement appears. I want to help them see. This is innocent at first, sometimes beautiful, sometimes deeply loving. But it must be seen clearly, because within this movement there is also the seed of distortion. The distortion is not in the care. The distortion begins when care becomes attached to the belief that if you see clearly enough, say it well enough, love hard enough, explain enough, stay long enough, try gently enough, try firmly enough, wait patiently enough, or find the exact right words, you can make another person recognize what they are not yet ready, willing, able, or open enough to consciously include. That is where the field tightens. That is where desperation quietly enters. And desperation matters here, because it changes the energetic structure of the interaction even before any words are spoken. This is one of the most important truths in this entire section. The problem is not that you care enough to feel urgency. The problem is that urgency, when attached to outcome, begins to pressure the field. A subtle demand appears, a silent plea, a hidden insistence. Please see this. Please recognize this. Please stop living from this distortion. Please understand what I am seeing. Please let my perception relieve the burden I feel when I watch you move this way. This is rarely said this nakedly. Often it appears in softened, loving, highly intelligent, emotionally careful language. But the field feels it anyway, because what is being transmitted is not only information, it is attachment. It is the emotional charge around the information. And when another person feels that your seeing is not merely an offering but also carries need, pressure, fear, or insistence, something in them often tightens, even if they cannot explain why. Why? Because recognition is not the same as compliance. Recognition is not the same as accepting someone else's interpretation. Recognition is not the same as being persuaded into a new frame. Recognition is an inward event. It is a moment of direct conscious inclusion inside the person's own field. And because it is inward, it cannot be externally imposed without distortion. This is why recognition cannot be transferred. Only allowed. This sentence must be understood deeply, not poetically, structurally. Recognition cannot be transferred because you cannot perform another person's inclusion for them. You cannot see on their behalf in the way that matters most. You can point. You can mirror. You can name what you notice. You can offer reflection. You can create conditions that feel safer for truth to emerge. You can become a stabilizing presence. You can say the thing. You can tell the truth. You can ask the question. You can love. You can remain. You can step back. You can set boundaries. You can refuse collusion. You can do many things that matter. But you cannot hand another person the act of inward recognition as if it were an object. You cannot inject direct seeing into a field that is still organized to defend against what is being shown. You cannot override their timing without consequences. You cannot make their awareness include what their system still experiences as too threatening, too destabilizing, too shame-charged, too identity-threatening, too painful, too disorienting, or simply not yet available to conscious relationship. This is humbling, sometimes brutally so, because the one who sees often feels helpless precisely because their seeing does not create the other person's seeing, and that helplessness can be hard to tolerate. It can create a hidden escalation of effort. If they did not hear it gently, maybe more directness will work. If they did not hear it from concern, maybe firmer truth will work. If they did not hear it once, maybe repetition will work. If they did not hear it from you, maybe the right example, the right book, the right crisis, the right wording, the right emotional display, the right withdrawal, the right confrontation, the right boundary, the right softness, the right spiritual frame, the right therapeutic frame, The right emotional appeal will finally create the opening. This is the mind trying to solve what is not solvable through strategy alone, because it still cannot tolerate the deeper truth. Another person's recognition belongs to their field, not yours. This does not mean your role is meaningless. It means your role is different than control imagines. To understand this, the subtle desperation must be brought fully into the light. Desperation in this context is not merely panic. It is care fused with attachment to another's awakening. It is concern fused with the fear that if they do not see, something painful will continue or worsen. It is love fused with the inability to rest while they remain where they are. It is grief fused with the wish that your clarity could spare them from what you believe their blindness is costing them. Sometimes this desperation is about their well-being. Sometimes it is also about your pain in witnessing their condition. Sometimes it is about what their lack of recognition does to the relationship. Sometimes it is about what you fear will happen if nothing changes. Sometimes it is about old patterns in you being activated by their inability to see. Sometimes it is about the unbearable feeling of standing near a door you cannot open for someone else. All of this is deeply human. None of it needs to be shamed. But it must be seen, because what is unseen in you will quietly enter how you try to help them. If your own desperation is unrecognized, it will hide inside your concern. It will make your truth heavier than you realize. It will make your reflections feel like demands. It will make your patience thin while pretending to be patient. It will make your love feel burdened by an agenda. It will make your silence feel loaded. It will make your help carry a pressure it does not name. And the other person, even if they cannot articulate it, may feel that pressure as a threat to autonomy, safety, self-definition, or internal timing. This is why sometimes people resist not only the content of what is said, but the force behind it. Even accurate perception can become distortive in delivery when it carries the covert requirement that the other person validate it through immediate recognition. This is where the feeling of responsibility must also be clarified. When you care deeply, it is easy to slip from love into responsibility in the wrong sense. You begin to feel not only that you see something, but that because you see it, you must somehow get them to see it too. Your perception becomes a burden. Your concern becomes a duty. Your awareness becomes a claim upon your action. And because you cannot comfortably watch them move within patterns that feel painful, destructive, blind, defended, or disconnected, the nervous system begins translating care into obligation. But this, too, needs refinement. There is a kind of responsibility that is real. You are responsible for the truthfulness of your own presence. You are responsible for your boundaries. You are responsible for whether you collude with distortion. You are responsible for whether you speak honestly when honesty is called for. You are responsible for whether your care remains clean or becomes covert control. You are responsible for whether you remain in integrity while relating to their process. But you are not responsible for performing their recognition. You are not responsible for breaking through every defense. You are not responsible for converting your concern into their awareness. You are not responsible for carrying the burden of their timing. You are not responsible for becoming the mechanism through which their consciousness must finally open. This distinction can feel almost unbearable when love is real, because love does want to help. Love does want suffering reduced. Love does not enjoy standing near someone and watching them remain trapped in ways that seem visible from where you stand. But love becomes cleaner, stronger, and more truthful when it releases the claim to manage another person's seeing. This is not indifference, it is reverence. Reverence for the fact that recognition is an interior act of relationship that cannot be forced without distortion. This is where many helpers, caretakers, partners, parents, friends, seekers, healers, and deeply perceptive people get caught. They sense truth, and because the truth feels real, they begin imagining that the problem is merely transmission. They assume that if only the truth could be transmitted well enough, the other person would finally see. But what blocks recognition is often not lack of information. It is the current organization of the other person's field. Identity may be built around not seeing. Safety may be built around not feeling. Coherence may be built around a defended interpretation that would destabilize if a deeper truth entered too quickly. Shame may be guarding the door. Fear may be guarding the door. Loss may be guarding the door. loyalty may be guarding the door. Survival may be guarding the door. And because of that, truth alone does not always enter simply because it is spoken. This is why one of the deepest forms of maturity is learning to distinguish between pointing and forcing. Pointing says, I see something. I may offer what I see. I may name it gently, honestly, clearly. I may create a space where recognition is more possible. I may ask a real question. I may tell the truth. I may refuse to participate in distortion. But I do not own the opening. I do not own the outcome. I do not own the timing. Forcing says, because I see, you must see. Because I care, you must open. Because I recognize this pattern, you must validate my perception through change. Because your condition is painful to witness, I must move you out of it. The first is clean. The second, however understandable, introduces coercive energy into the field. And once coercive energy enters, even with noble intention, relationship changes. The other person may feel managed, observed, defined, pressured, handled, subtly overrun. Even if your words are soft, even if your analysis is accurate, even if your heart is sincere. This is why the line between help and control is so subtle and so important. It is not merely in the content. It is in the underlying energetic claim. Do I believe I must get them there? If yes, pressure has already begun. This does not mean you should never speak. It means you must know what is moving in you when you do. Sometimes the most loving thing is to say the thing clearly. Sometimes the most loving thing is to ask. Sometimes the most loving thing is to offer reflection and step back. Sometimes the most loving thing is to stop translating, stop managing, stop rescuing, and allow the consequences of non-recognition to remain theirs. Sometimes the most loving thing is distance. Sometimes it is proximity without pressure. Sometimes it is boundary. Sometimes it is witness. But in every case, the purity of the act depends on whether you are trying to support recognition or secretly trying to produce it. That is the hinge. Supporting recognition is different from producing it. Supporting recognition might look like truth spoken without demand, a mirror held without insistence, a question asked without agenda, a boundary set without contempt, a refusal to join distortion without punishing the person for being inside it, a presence that says, I see, I care, I remain truthful, and I do not need to dominate your process. Producing recognition, by contrast, always carries some form of hidden override. It says, your field should now do what my field believes it ought to do. And because that override violates something essential about the nature of recognition, it often fails or backfires. Not always dramatically, sometimes quietly. The person nods but does not truly open, agrees but remains unchanged, complies externally while tightening internally, withdraws, deflects, turns defensive, feels judged, feels invaded, feels misunderstood even if, at one level, you were accurately perceiving something. This is why humility is so central here. Humility does not mean doubting every perception. It means knowing the limits of what perception authorizes. To see is not to own. To understand is not to command. To care is not to control. To recognize another's suffering is not to inherit jurisdiction over their timing. And this humility protects love from becoming a vehicle of imposition. There is another layer here that must be named honestly. Sometimes the urge to make them see is also the urge to relieve oneself. When someone close to you is living in ways that hurt them, hurt others, distort the relationship, or create chronic tension, your nervous system begins carrying part of the burden of witnessing. You feel them. You anticipate. You worry. You ache. You become hyper-attuned. You may feel the whole situation living inside you. And then, naturally, some part of you wants resolution. You want them to see because if they saw, perhaps the field would relax. Perhaps the pain would decrease. Perhaps the relationship would breathe again. Perhaps you would not have to hold this tension anymore. This does not make your care false. It makes it mixed. And mixed care is still human. But if you do not recognize the self-relieving dimension of your urgency, you may mistake your need for their awakening as purely about them. Then pressure hides inside righteousness. Then your helping becomes less clean than it feels from the inside. then the other person is being asked not only to wake up for themselves, but to reduce the discomfort their non-recognition creates in you. This is too much weight to place on another person's process. It entangles love. So the field must become honest enough to say, yes, I want them to see because I care, and yes, part of me also wants relief. Yes, I feel concern, and yes, I feel burden. Yes, I want what is best for them, and yes, I am affected by what is happening. This honesty is liberating, because once your own layers are seen, they stop covertly driving the interaction in the same way. Then you can relate more cleanly. Then you can choose more consciously whether to speak, how to speak, when to step back, what belongs to you, what does not, and what form of love remains truthful rather than controlling. This is the deeper clarification of this section. The urge to make them see is understandable, but it is not the same as clean love. Clean love does not need to become passive, but it does relinquish the fantasy of transfer. It understands, recognition cannot be transferred. Only allowed. Allowed through space. Allowed through honesty. Allowed through non-coercive reflection. Allowed through the refusal to participate in distortion while also refusing to dominate. Allowed through safety when safety is needed. Allowed through consequences when consequences are needed. Allowed through boundary. Allowed through silence sometimes. Allowed through truth sometimes. Allowed through the field becoming less pressured and more real. But always allowed, never inserted. This reveals something profound about the nature of awakening, healing, and relational transformation in general. No one can take another being further inward than that being is presently willing or able to go without violating something essential. Doors can be pointed to. Thresholds can be named. Reflections can be offered. But the inward crossing remains theirs. This is not a failure of love. It is one of the truths that keeps love from becoming domination. So this part does not ask you to stop caring. It does not ask you to become detached in the cold sense. It does not ask you to silence what you see. It asks for something more difficult and more beautiful. That you care without claiming ownership of another seeing. That you love without trying to seize their interior process. That you speak when truth asks to be spoken, but without hidden force. That you recognize your desperation when it appears, not to shame it, but so it does not unconsciously govern the field. That you feel your responsibility accurately, not infinitely. That you become clear enough to know the difference between inviting recognition and trying to produce it. This is the refinement. This is where love gains spine and humility at once. This is where concern becomes cleaner. This is where perception stops trying to become control. This is where the one who sees learns how to remain true without becoming coercive. And that matters deeply, because only from there can relationship stop revolving around pressure and begin opening into something much more aligned. Truthful presence without imposition. Care without hidden demand. Clarity without domination. And love strong enough to know that what must awaken in another cannot be carried across for them, only met, mirrored, invited, and allowed. Part 11, The Distortion of Forcing Awareness. Trying to make someone see creates more separation, not less. This must be understood not merely as a relational strategy failure, but as a structural distortion in the very field through which recognition becomes possible. Because the moment awareness is forced, pressured, cornered, overridden, managed, emotionally leveraged, intellectually pinned, spiritually bypassed, morally burdened, or psychologically handled into seeing, the conditions of true recognition are already being compromised. Something essential is being violated. Not always dramatically. Not always maliciously. Often with the best intentions. Often in the name of care. Often in the name of truth. Often in the name of healing. But violated nonetheless. Why? Because recognition is not submission. Recognition is not compliance. Recognition is not agreement under pressure. Recognition is not the successful replacement of another person's current frame with your preferred one. Recognition is an inward act of conscious inclusion. It is a movement of direct internal relationship. And because it is internal, it cannot be authentically produced through external force without distortion entering the structure of the experience itself. This is why trying to make someone see creates more separation, not less. It may feel, from the side of the one doing the forcing, like an attempt to close distance. It may feel like urgency in service of truth. It may feel like a push toward clarity. It may feel like breaking through denial, helping someone wake up, interrupting a harmful pattern, or refusing to collude with blindness. And sometimes there is something valid in the truth being pointed toward. Sometimes the perception is accurate. Sometimes the concern is real. Sometimes the situation is serious. Sometimes the one who sees is not imagining things. But the accuracy of what is seen does not erase the distortion introduced when awareness is forced. The distortion lies in the means, because force alters the field. And once the field is altered by force, the person is no longer relating to truth alone. They are relating to pressure. They are relating to the demand structure surrounding the truth. They are relating to the emotional charge, the implied requirement, the covert agenda, the fear behind the insistence, the claim on their timing, the implicit threat that if they do not see now, something is wrong with them or with the relationship. Even if none of this is explicitly spoken, the field often transmits it clearly. That transmission matters, because pressure changes what the nervous system does. Pressure narrows. Pressure braces. Pressure recruits defense. Pressure shifts attention away from inward discernment and toward managing the interpersonal demand that is now present. Pressure converts the field from a space of possible recognition into a space of adaptation, negotiation, submission, resistance, performance, withdrawal, or counterforce. This is why it introduces pressure as a primary distortion. And pressure is not neutral. Pressure says, there is something you need to do now in response to what I am showing you. That may not be said directly, but it is often the energetic reality. The person feels it as, I am being asked to change under the weight of someone else's concern. I am being pulled toward a conclusion. I am being pressed into a frame. I am being emotionally leaned on. I am being cornered into awareness. I am being asked not merely to consider, but to move. This activates something fundamental in many human systems, protection of interior sovereignty. Even when the person genuinely needs to see something, the pressured form in which it is delivered can cause the system to defend against the pressure before it can relate to the truth. Not because the truth is false. Because the field around it no longer feels free. Awareness under pressure often becomes less available, not more. It becomes reactive to the interpersonal force surrounding the invitation. It begins organizing around self-protection, not self-recognition. This is why forcing awareness disrupts autonomy. Autonomy here does not mean egoic stubbornness or the right to remain unconscious forever without consequence. It means something more essential, the integrity of one's own inner movement of recognition. A person must be able to meet truth in a way that remains genuinely theirs. There must be enough interior freedom for awareness to turn toward what is being revealed because it is being directly recognized, not because the person is trying to relieve pressure, appease someone, avoid conflict, preserve attachment, escape shame, submit to authority, or stop being pushed. If that freedom is compromised, the process becomes contaminated. The person may nod, agree, comply, mirror back the right language, adopt the interpretation, even change behavior for a time. But inwardly, the recognition may not have landed cleanly. Why? Because the movement was not truly self-arising. It was mediated by pressure. And anything mediated primarily by pressure tends to remain unstable unless it later becomes internally recognized in truth. This is why autonomy matters so much. Not because autonomy means leave everyone alone no matter what, but because recognition that violates autonomy does not become clean recognition. It becomes coerced adaptation around someone else's insight. That can look like awakening on the surface while leaving deeper resistance untouched. In some cases it can even deepen separation, because now the person has not only their original lack of recognition, but also a new layer of defensive organization built around having been overrun, defined, handled, or psychically cornered. This is one of the great relational paradoxes. The more someone feels that their interior freedom is being overridden, the more likely they are to protect that freedom by resisting, even if what is being shown contains truth. This is not always immaturity. Often it is a structurally intelligent response to a distorted field, because truth that comes wrapped in domination does not feel like truth alone. It feels like invasion, and invasion naturally evokes defense. This is why forcing awareness reinforces resistance. Resistance is often misunderstood as simple refusal of truth, but resistance is more nuanced than that. Sometimes resistance is the structure a system uses to protect itself from untimely, overwhelming, shaming, identity-threatening, or coercively delivered input. Sometimes resistance is not a rejection of truth itself, but a rejection of the conditions under which truth is being introduced. Sometimes resistance is the psyche's way of saying, I cannot open under this form of pressure without violating something essential in my own timing, integrity, or internal safety. This means that what looks like denial may be intensified by how the truth is being brought. What looks like stubbornness may be partly a response to feeling handled. What looks like refusal may be a reaction to feeling defined from the outside. What looks like blindness may harden precisely because someone else is trying too hard to make the person see. This is why forcing recognition delays it, not because truth loses truth, but because the conditions for inward inclusion are pushed further away. The system tightens, identity braces, defenses become more necessary. The person feels less safe to not know, less safe to explore, less safe to arrive honestly, less safe to unfold in real time. Instead, they are placed in a field where they must either agree, resist, explain, shut down, counterattack, comply, withdraw, or perform some version of recognition to manage the relational demand now bearing down on them. None of that is the same as direct seeing. This is the core distortion. Force substitutes relational pressure for inner readiness. It confuses intensification with depth. It imagines that because something is urgent, it can be pressed into consciousness without consequence. But the field of consciousness does not open most cleanly through domination. It opens through conditions that permit truth to be met without collapse of interior freedom. That is why even accurate insight, when delivered with too much force, can delay the very recognition it seeks to accelerate. This delay happens in multiple ways. Sometimes the person rejects the content outright because the delivery made it feel unsafe. Sometimes they partially agree but inwardly resent the pressure, which prevents deeper integration. Sometimes they comply outwardly and dissociate inwardly. Sometimes they become more defended around the exact area that needed gentler contact. Sometimes they internalize shame instead of gaining clarity. Sometimes they become preoccupied with managing the relationship rather than relating honestly to themselves. Sometimes they begin associating the truth itself with the experience of being pushed, which makes future contact with that truth more difficult. This is why the distortion is so serious. The attempt to reduce separation by force often produces new layers of separation. Separation from the one who is forcing. Separation from one's own authentic timing. Separation from the possibility of open inquiry. Separation from the truth itself because the truth has become entangled with pressure. And perhaps most subtly, separation from the person's own organic capacity to arrive. That last one is especially important. Every human being has an inner process by which something becomes truly seen. It may be slow. It may be painful. It may be nonlinear. It may involve many indirect contacts before direct recognition becomes possible. It may require the field to gather enough safety, enough contradiction, enough consequence, enough tenderness, enough stability, enough inner conflict, enough grace, enough exhaustion, enough repetition, or enough invitation before something finally becomes includable. This process cannot always be externally measured. It cannot always be sped up by intensity. And it certainly cannot be cleanly replaced by someone else's conviction. When forcing enters, it interrupts that organic process. It says, "Arrive here now, because I have determined it is time." That claim may feel justified from the outside, but inwardly, it is often premature. And what is premature tends to generate distortion, not because the truth is wrong, because the field is not being allowed to unfold in truthful sequence. This is why many people do not awaken more deeply under pressure. They contract. They become less honest, not more. They may become more externally manageable for a moment, but less inwardly real. And reality matters more than appearance here. This does not mean one must always remain silent. This is not an argument for perpetual passivity. Truth can and often should be spoken. Boundaries can and often should be set. Distortion can and often should be named. Consequences can and often should be allowed. Directness can be deeply loving, but directness is not the same as forcing. A boundary says, "This is what I will and will not participate in." Forcing says, "This is what you must now recognize." A truth spoken cleanly says, "This is what I see." Forcing says, "And because I see it, you must now see it on my timeline." A question offered cleanly opens space. Forcing closes space by trying to drive the person into a predetermined recognition event. This distinction is essential, because many people mistake intensity for honesty. They assume that if they are urgent enough, emotional enough, insistent enough, repeated enough, persuasive enough, loving enough, or exact enough, the other person will finally break through. But often what breaks through under those conditions is not truth. It is the protective structures need to survive the pressure. This may look like compliance. It may look like shutdown. It may look like appeasement. It may look like relational accommodation. It may look like anger. It may look like escape. It may look like false agreement. It may even look like a dramatic emotional moment. But none of those necessarily indicate recognition. They may only indicate that the field has become overloaded by force. This is why patience is not weakness here. Patience is respect for the nature of recognition. Patience is not passively accepting distortion forever. It is refusing to violate the field in the name of truth. It is knowing that what must be truly seen cannot be authentically rushed by pressure without cost. It is understanding that a person may need to arrive by their own inward sequence even if you can already sense where that sequence is pointing. This does not remove grief. In fact, it often intensifies grief, because it means you may have to watch someone remain where they are longer than you wish. You may have to tolerate the ache of seeing what they do not yet see. You may have to live inside the discomfort of non-transfer. You may have to speak and then release. You may have to set boundary without forcing epiphany. You may have to let consequence teach where your explanations cannot. You may have to stop trying to do through pressure what only their own field can ultimately do through recognition. That is hard, but it is true. And truth here is more loving than coercion disguised as care. There is also a moral subtlety that must be named. Forcing awareness often feels righteous because it hides behind the belief that the content is true. But truth content does not automatically sanctify truth delivery. One can be right about what is happening and wrong in how one is trying to make it known. One can see clearly and still distort the field through insistence. One can genuinely care and still become coercive. One can want healing and still enact violation. This is why self-honesty is essential for the one who sees. It is not enough to ask, "Am I right?" One must also ask, "What is the quality of my attempt to make this known? What am I introducing into the field by the way I am pressing? Is my urgency actually serving recognition, or is it trying to override another person's process because I cannot tolerate the pain of waiting, witnessing, or not being able to transfer what I know?" These questions matter because forcing awareness often arises not only from concern for the other, but from discomfort in the one who sees. It hurts to watch someone remain trapped. It hurts to feel the relational consequences of their blindness. It hurts to know something and not be able to install it in them. It hurts to stand near a closed door. And if that hurt is not recognized, it begins fueling the pressure. Then the attempt to force awareness is no longer only about them. It is also about relieving yourself of the pain of watching. Again, this is not shameful. But it must be seen. Because once it is seen, something becomes possible. Cleaner love. Love that does not turn its own discomfort into pressure on another's timing. Love that can remain truthful without becoming invasive. Love that can set boundaries without trying to manage another's consciousness. Love that can speak clearly and then let the field breathe. Love that understands that trying to wrench another person open in the name of healing often recreates the very dynamics of control and separation one is trying to transcend. This is why the deepest statement of this whole section remains. Forcing recognition delays it. Not because truth has lost power, but because force turns truth into pressure. Pressure recruits defense. Defense strengthens resistance. Resistance increases separation. And separation is precisely what recognition is meant to dissolve. So the attempt collapses under its own contradiction. One tries to end separation by using a method that increases it. One tries to create openness through pressure, autonomy through override, clarity through coercion, and connection through force. It cannot hold. The structure is misaligned. This is why the way forward is not silence by default, nor endless intervention by default, but deeper alignment. One must become able to distinguish between telling the truth and trying to cause recognition. Between boundary and control. Between presence and pressure. Between clarity and insistence. Between loving concern and the fear-driven need to make another person wake up now. When this distinction is lived, something changes. You can speak and not invade. You can care and not pressure. You can stay present and not overrun. You can refuse distortion and still respect interior freedom. You can point without pushing. You can mirror without trapping. You can be direct without trying to perform their seeing for them. This is clean. This is strong. This is relationally mature. And this is what actually creates the conditions in which recognition, if it is going to happen, has the best chance of happening in truth. Not because you made it happen, because you stopped blocking it with force. That is the paradox. The more you try to force awareness, the more you delay the very opening you long for. The more you release coercion while remaining truthful, the more space there is for reality to work directly on the other person without your pressure distorting the field. This does not guarantee they will see. Nothing can guarantee that. But it restores integrity. It restores autonomy. It restores cleaner conditions. And it prevents the tragedy of turning love into intrusion, truth into pressure, and care into a new layer of separation. So let this be clear at the deepest level. Trying to make someone see creates more separation, not less. It introduces pressure. It disrupts autonomy. It reinforces resistance. And because true recognition depends on inward inclusion that cannot be authentically coerced, forcing recognition delays it. The path is not domination. The path is truthful presence without override. The path is clarity without pressure. The path is love without seizure. The path is allowing recognition its rightful nature, not something installed from the outside, but something that must awaken from within when the field is ready enough, free enough, and honest enough to include what has finally become possible to see. Part 12, Presence without imposition. You can still care, you can still speak, but without pushing, without needing an outcome, without trying to direct their awareness. This is where love becomes cleaner. This is where truth becomes steadier. This is where relational presence stops being entangled with the subtle violence of control and begins taking on a very different quality, one that is strong without force, clear without pressure, open without collapse, and faithful to reality without trying to manage another person's interior movement. This matters because after the distortions of forcing awareness have been seen, a deeper question naturally appears. If I cannot make them see, if I cannot transfer recognition, if I cannot rightfully override their process, then what does right relationship look like? How do I remain present without becoming passive? How do I care without trying to control? How do I speak without secretly pressing? How do I tell the truth without turning truth into demand? How do I remain loving without being recruited into management, rescue, coercion, or silent resentment? This section answers that. Not with technique alone, with a change in being. The answer is presence without imposition. And this is far more powerful than it first sounds, because imposition has become so normalized in human relating that many people do not even realize how often they are operating from it. They think they are helping, guiding, teaching, awakening, protecting, or loving, when in fact they are continuously leaning their will into another person's field. They are trying to steer awareness, influence recognition, shape timing, secure outcomes, relieve their own discomfort through someone else's change, or subtly direct the interior process of another in the name of care. Presence without imposition ends that. Not by becoming indifferent, by becoming more true. To understand this clearly, one must first see what imposition actually is in this context. Imposition is not merely overt domination. It is not only control in its obvious forms. It is any movement in which your care becomes fused with the need to influence the other person's consciousness on your terms. It is any movement in which your clarity becomes a pressure-bearing force in their field. It is any movement in which your speaking is no longer simply an honest offering of what is seen, but a subtle attempt to cause the other person's interior to organize differently in response to your need, fear, concern, or conviction. This can happen through words, through tone, through repeated emphasis, through emotional weight, through moral framing, through loaded silence, through gentle insistence, through therapeutic language, through spiritual language, through boundary language used not as boundary but as manipulation, through displays of suffering meant to move the other person toward recognition, through over-explaining, through constantly revisiting the same insight because one cannot tolerate that the person has not yet taken it in. In every case, the distortion is the same. The field is no longer being offered truth. It is being leaned on. Presence without imposition removes the lean. It says, I do not have to stop caring in order to stop pressing. I do not have to disappear in order to stop controlling. I do not have to silence truth in order to stop imposing. I do not have to withdraw love in order to respect another person's sovereignty. I can remain real, clear, honest, and deeply caring, and still refuse the subtle claim that their awareness must now move because I have seen something. This is a profound threshold, because it requires the one who sees to become internally stable enough not to convert perception into pressure. That is no small thing. It means you must be able to tolerate the discomfort of not controlling outcome. You must be able to feel your care without automatically translating care into intervention. You must be able to hold your clarity without using it as leverage. You must be able to tell the truth without secretly bargaining for recognition in return. You must be able to remain near another person's process without unconsciously trying to enter and rearrange it. This is a different order of strength than most people are taught. Most people are taught that power means influence, persuasion, effectiveness, impact, the ability to change things, the ability to move others, the ability to cause outcomes. But in this field, a deeper power emerges, the power to remain clear without becoming coercive. The power to remain loving without becoming invasive. The power to remain truthful without needing to seize another person's interior. The power to remain present while leaving the other person's sovereignty intact. This is what it means to become a stable point of clarity, not a force of change. That sentence must be received carefully. A stable point of clarity is not passive. It is not weak. It is not resigned. It is not emotionally absent. It is not withholding truth to keep the peace. It is not refusing discernment. It is not collapsing into the idea that everyone has their own truth in some flattened relativistic sense. A stable point of clarity means that your relationship to truth no longer depends on whether another person immediately shares it, validates it, or organizes around it. It means your seeing remains steady without converting into agitation. It means your honesty remains honest without becoming a weapon. It means your care remains care without secretly turning into a project. It means your presence communicates reality, stability, integrity, and openness without carrying the hidden instruction that the other person must now become different. This is immense, because most relational fields are organized around mutual attempts at influence, often subtle and often unconscious. People are constantly managing each other's states, reactions, perceptions, roles, and emotional positions. They are pulling, accommodating, resisting, persuading, performing, softening, hardening, correcting, appeasing, provoking, rescuing, or withdrawing in order to shape the field. Presence without imposition steps out of that economy. It says, I will not abandon truth. I will not abandon care, but I will also not make my presence into a steering mechanism. This creates a radically different environment, because when another person is no longer being leaned on in the same way, they can feel the difference. They may not consciously understand it. They may not name it. But the field changes. There is less pressure. Less covert demand. Less emotional manipulation. Less psychic intrusion. Less urgency demanding response. And because there is less pressure, there is often more room. more room for them to actually feel, more room for them to hear themselves, more room for their own recognition to begin moving, if it is going to. More room for reality itself to work on them without your anxiety distorting the atmosphere. This does not guarantee openness, but it restores clean conditions, and clean conditions matter, because people rarely awaken most deeply under relational compression. They awaken more cleanly when there is enough honesty, enough space, enough integrity, enough consequence, enough truth, and enough freedom for their own inner process to become possible. Presence without imposition participates in that. It does not try to replace it. This is why you can still speak. That must be emphasized. The movement away from control is not the same as silence. Many people, once they begin realizing how easily care can become pressure, swing to the opposite extreme. They withdraw truth. They become vague. They suppress what they see. They call it respecting the other person's process, but often what is really happening is fear of being seen as controlling, fear of conflict, fear of causing discomfort, fear of getting it wrong, fear of no longer being able to hide inside intervention. This is not yet freedom. It is another reactive position. Presence without imposition does not demand muteness. You can speak. You can say what you see. You can say what is true for you. You can say what you notice. You can say what you cannot participate in. You can say what concerns you. You can say what you feel. You can say where you stand. You can say no. You can say yes. You can clarify. You can reflect. You can ask. You can tell the truth directly. But the inner structure changes. You are no longer speaking to cause a particular awakening event. You are speaking because truthfulness belongs to presence. That is clean. When truth is spoken as presence rather than as pressure, it carries a different quality. It is lighter without being weak. Stronger without being aggressive. Freer without being detached. It says, this is real, and I am not forcing you to metabolize it on my timeline. This is what I see, and I do not need to drive it into your field. This is what I know, and I do not need your immediate agreement to remain in integrity. This is my boundary, my truth, my perception, my position, and I can stand in it without making your response the source of my coherence. That is stable clarity. It has spine. It does not tremble into manipulation. It does not collapse into appeasement. It does not depend on persuasion to feel real. This makes it trustworthy. People often resist not only because of what is being said, but because they can feel when someone is not settled in their own truth and is using the conversation to secure internal stability through the other person's agreement. That is one reason pressure enters. The speaker needs outcome in order to feel resolved. Presence without imposition ends that dependency. The truth is spoken from greater settledness. Whether the other person sees immediately or not, the speaker remains grounded. This also means you can still care. Care does not disappear when control ends. In fact, care often becomes more real, because control distorts care by entangling it with agenda. When agenda falls away, care can breathe. It can become less frantic, less burdened, less entitled, less exhausted by the demand to produce result. It can become more patient, more spacious, more observant, more grounded, and sometimes more sorrowful, because it is no longer hiding inside the fantasy that enough effort can eliminate the ache of non-transfer. But that sorrow is often cleaner than pressured care. It is grief without domination. It is love without seizure. It is concern that remains concern without converting itself into claim. This kind of care can sit beside someone without collapsing into management. It can speak without demanding. It can stay without hovering. It can leave without hatred. It can set boundary without contempt. It can feel pain without using pain as leverage. It can remain open-hearted without becoming porous to distortion. That is rare, and it is deeply needed, because many people do not actually know what it feels like to be near someone who is clear, loving, honest, and not trying to steer them. They have known pressure in the name of help. They have known management in the name of love. They have known emotional takeover in the name of honesty. They have known silent coercion in the name of patience. They have known rescue in the name of care. They have known intervention in the name of concern. But they have not often known the field of someone who is present, truthful, caring, and free of imposition. That field is healing in a very different way, not because it fixes, because it stops distorting. It creates an atmosphere in which the other person is more likely to remain in contact with themselves rather than orient entirely toward managing you. That matters. Because the moment they start managing you, your concern, your pain, your urgency, your analysis, your pressure, your disappointment, they are no longer as available to inward recognition. They are in relational adaptation. Presence without imposition reduces that adaptation load. This is part of why such presence becomes stabilizing, not because you become the healer, but because you stop becoming an additional source of distortion. That alone is profound. There is also an important dignity here. When you stop trying to direct another person's awareness, you restore something essential in how you relate to them. You restore respect for the fact that they are a center of consciousness, not an object of intervention. You restore the truth that their awakening, their seeing, their unfolding, their timing, their consequences, their willingness, and their relationship to reality belong to their field. You may participate. You may influence in the ordinary sense that all relationship influences. But you stop claiming jurisdiction over the interior act of their recognition. This is dignity, not flattery, not permissiveness. Dignity. And dignity changes the whole tone of love. Because love without dignity becomes ownership. Concern without dignity becomes management. Truth without dignity becomes domination. Clarity without dignity becomes spiritual or psychological superiority. But when dignity is restored, relationship becomes much more honest. You can recognize their suffering without treating them as broken. You can recognize their patterns without claiming mastery over them. You can remain truthful without becoming invasive. You can remain connected without trying to enter and engineer their field from the outside. This does not mean you never intervene in practical ways when necessary. There are moments in human life where action matters. Safety matters. Protection matters. Boundaries matter. Consequences matter. External intervention may be required in certain contexts. But even then, inwardly, the distinction remains important. Practical action is not the same as trying to dominate another person's consciousness. One can act decisively in the world while still refusing the inner distortion of imposition. This also changes your own internal burden. When you are constantly trying to direct another person's awareness, you become overinvested in their process in a way that drains life force. You monitor, anticipate, analyze, adjust, try again, reframe, revisit, carry emotional load that does not belong entirely to you. Your nervous system becomes hooked into whether they are seeing, not seeing, getting it, missing it, changing, regressing, staying blind, becoming open, shutting down. You become a satellite around their recognition. This is exhausting. It is one of the great hidden drains in caring relationships. Presence without imposition releases that. Not all at once, but truly, because once you stop organizing around the need to move their consciousness, you regain your own center. You can still love them. Still care. Still tell the truth. Still show up. But you are no longer psychically overextended into their interior process. Your energy returns to a more rightful order. You become less entangled, less consumed, less compulsively activated around whether they are waking up fast enough for your system to relax. This is not withdrawal. It is a return to coherent relationship, and from there, something else becomes possible, greater discernment. When pressure is gone, you can see more clearly what is actually happening. You can tell the difference between someone who is not ready, someone who is unable, someone who is unwilling, someone who is partially open, someone who is manipulating, someone who is confused, someone who is deep in defense, someone who is genuinely moving, someone who is using your patience to avoid consequence, and someone who is simply unfolding at their own pace. Pressure blurs discernment because it is too invested in outcome. presence without imposition sees more accurately because it is less entangled in trying to make a particular result happen. This is where steadiness deepens. You become less reactive to each sign, less likely to mistake a small opening for full change, less likely to interpret resistance as your cue to push harder, less likely to overread, overfunction, or overown what is not yours, more able to remain simple, more able to remain truthful, more able to say, this is what I see, this is what I feel, this is what I can and cannot do, this is where I stand, and I do not need to commandeer your awareness in order to stay whole. That is mature presence, and it has a quiet radiance to it, not because it is grand, because it is undistorted. A stable point of clarity does not anxiously advertise itself. It simply remains. It does not collapse because someone else is confused. It does not become manipulative because someone else is defended. It does not lose honesty because someone else cannot yet receive. It does not become hard because someone else is blind. It does not become weak because someone else is suffering. It stays present, real, clear, open, boundaried when needed, tender when true, direct when called, silent when wise, but not leaning, not steering, not imposing. This kind of presence becomes a reference point in the relational field, not a force of change. A reference point, something steady enough that reality can be felt more clearly in its vicinity, something honest enough that distortion is not constantly reinforced, something spacious enough that another person's defenses do not have to immediately orient around being overrun, something grounded enough that the field is not constantly vibrating with urgency and need. This does not guarantee transformation, but it creates cleaner ground than force ever could, and it changes you, because to live this way, you must become more surrendered to reality without becoming passive, more rooted in truth without becoming rigid, more open-hearted without becoming controlling, more discerning without becoming superior, and more humble without collapsing into self-erasure. You must learn how to let love remain love even when it cannot engineer outcome. You must learn how to let truth remain truth even when it does not immediately change the field. You must learn how to remain present to another person's path without trying to stand in for their consciousness. This is a profound maturation, and it is one of the cleanest expressions of relational integrity. So let the essence of this part become clear. You can still care. You can still speak, but without pushing, without needing an outcome, without trying to direct their awareness. And when that shift becomes real, you become something different in the field. Not a rescuer, not a controller, not a silent bystander, not an anxious truth deliverer, not a manager of awakening, but a stable point of clarity, not a force of change. A presence that does not distort. A truthfulness that does not invade. A care that does not seize. A love that remains love even when it cannot force recognition. And that kind of presence, precisely because it does not impose, is often the most trustworthy environment in which deeper truth may one day become possible. Part 13. Letting them remember in their own time. This is where trust replaces control, not because you stop caring, not because what you see becomes less real, not because the ache of witnessing another person remain inside patterns of misrecognition suddenly vanishes, but because something deeper finally becomes clear. You cannot carry another being across the threshold of their own recognition by force, urgency, or love entangled with control. You can remain present. You can remain clear. You can remain loving. You can remain honest. But at some point, if the field is to stay clean, you must release the claim that their remembrance belongs on your timeline. That release is not indifference. It is trust. And trust here is not passive optimism. It is not the refusal to see what is happening. It is not fantasy. It is not denial dressed as spirituality. It is a structural alignment with reality. It is the recognition that what is true does not disappear because it is unseen. This sentence carries immense weight, because so much of the urgency to control another person's awakening comes from the hidden fear that if they do not see now, the truth itself is somehow being lost. The fear says, if they remain blind, the possibility is gone. If they remain defended, the deeper reality has been defeated. If they do not recognize this soon, then perhaps it will vanish entirely beneath the momentum of distortion. And because this fear often remains unspoken, it quietly drives control. The one who sees begins acting as though truth must be preserved through their intervention, as though recognition must be manually sustained from outside or else it will disappear. But that is not the deeper reality. What is true does not disappear because it is unseen. Truth does not cease being true because someone cannot yet include it. Connection does not cease existing because it is not consciously felt. Belonging does not vanish because awareness is temporarily organized around separation. The deeper continuity of being is not destroyed by misperception. It is obscured. It is forgotten. It is lived against. It is denied. It is defended from. It is projected away from. It is mislabeled. It is resisted. But it is not erased. And this changes everything. Because once this becomes real in you, urgency begins loosening its grip. You no longer feel that you must hold reality together for another person through relentless intervention. You no longer feel that their blindness places truth itself in jeopardy. You no longer confuse their current inability to see with the death of what is there to be seen. Instead, something steadier begins to take shape. Trust that what is real remains real. Trust that what belongs remains belonging even when unrecognized. Trust that what is deepest in them is not nullified by their present organization. Trust that misrecognition is not final simply because it is current. Trust that their field is still held by truths they cannot yet consciously include. This is where control begins giving way, and that transition is not always easy, because control, however distorted, often gives the illusion of participation. It says, if I keep trying, I am doing something. If I keep pressing, I am not abandoning them. If I keep explaining, reflecting, naming, guiding, or emotionally carrying the field, then I am still acting in service of love. Control creates the sensation of activity against helplessness. It gives the one who cares something to do with the ache of non-transfer. Trust asks for something harder. Trust asks you to remain in relationship with what you cannot control without translating that discomfort into imposition. Trust asks you to bear witness without seizure. Trust asks you to stay open without overreaching. Trust asks you to let another person's process remain theirs even while your heart is affected by it. Trust asks you to stop confusing management with devotion. This is profound, because it means love must mature beyond intervention as identity. Many people derive a hidden sense of self from being the one who helps, the one who sees, the one who knows, the one who carries, the one who understands, the one who can guide others into greater awareness. This identity can look noble, compassionate, spiritually advanced, psychologically informed, or deeply loving. But if it is not purified, it becomes entangled with subtle ownership of another's process. Then helping is no longer merely expression. It becomes self-position. It becomes role. It becomes a way of securing coherence for oneself through involvement in the consciousness of another. Trust breaks that open, not to humiliate, to purify, because once you realize that another person may not remember in your preferred sequence, through your chosen doorway, at your speed, or perhaps even while you remain in their life in the same way, then a deeper surrender becomes necessary. Not surrender to meaninglessness. Surrender to reality as something larger than your management of it. This is where patience becomes sacred. Not superficial patience, not clenched waiting while secretly vibrating with frustration, not politeness that masks pressure, not passivity disguised as wisdom. Real patience. Patience is the capacity to remain in truthful relationship with unfolding without trying to force ripening before it is ready. Patience is what becomes possible when you stop imagining that delay equals disappearance. Patience is what becomes possible when you understand that unseen truth is still truth. Patience is what becomes possible when you know that forcing does not create maturity, it only distorts timing. Patience is what becomes possible when you cease demanding that reality obey the urgency of your nervous system. This does not mean waiting forever in situations where boundaries are required. It does not mean tolerating harm without consequence. It does not mean abandoning discernment. It means that inwardly, You stop trying to wrench life open before the field is ready to yield what can only emerge through its own deeper sequence. This kind of patience has gravity. It is stable. It is not frantic. It does not need constant signs that progress is happening. It does not demand reassurance that your care is working. It can sit near uncertainty without immediately turning into strategy. That is strength of a different order, because most people only know how to relate through doing, pressing, adjusting, or retreating. Few know how to stay true, loving, clear, and patient at once. Few know how to remain engaged without becoming controlling. Few know how to let time be part of truth rather than an obstacle to truth. Yet time matters, not in the sense that time itself heals all things automatically, but in the sense that living systems often require sequence, ripening, contradiction, consequence, experience, safety, grief, collapse, exhaustion, disillusionment, repetition, relational encounter, and countless subtle rearrangements before a recognition becomes includable. The one who sees from outside may grasp the outline early. But the one who must actually awaken to it from within often moves through a far more layered path. Patience respects this. It does not pretend the path is always wise or painless. It simply refuses to violate the truth that genuine remembrance has its own timing. This naturally leads into non-attachment. Non-attachment is often misunderstood as emotional coldness or detachment from care. But that is not what is being pointed to here. Non-attachment in this field means releasing the compulsive need for another person's recognition to resolve on your terms in order for your love, truth, or steadiness to remain intact. It means that your care no longer depends on controlling the arc of their remembering. This is not easy, because attachment to outcome often disguises itself as love. It says, I only want what is best for them. But hidden inside that may be, and I need what is best for them to happen in a form I can recognize, because otherwise I cannot rest, cannot trust, cannot unclench, cannot stop leaning into their field. Non-attachment loosens that knot. It says, I can want deeply without gripping. I can care intensely without seizing. I can hope without coercing. I can pray, speak, witness, boundary, stay, leave, tell the truth, or remain silent as needed, without making my relationship to love depend on whether they awaken according to my preferred script. This is freedom. Not freedom from care, freedom from possessiveness toward another's unfolding. When possessiveness falls away, love becomes cleaner. It stops hovering, stops bargaining, stops covertly demanding, stops using disappointment as leverage, stops turning concern into energetic occupation. It becomes more spacious, more honest, more breathable, and paradoxically, often more effective as a field of truth, not because it causes awakening, but because it ceases interfering with the other person's ability to feel their own relationship to reality without having to first manage your attachment. That matters, because many people do not get to feel their own process clearly when someone else is too attached to their process changing. They become busy responding to the attachment, busy managing the concern, busy soothing the urgency, busy resisting the pressure, busy navigating the expectation. And so the field fills with relational static. Non-attachment reduces that static. It restores room for truth to work, room for consequence to teach, room for reality to reveal itself without so much interpersonal distortion coating the exchange. This does not remove pain, and that is important to say. Trust, patience, and non-attachment do not make everything emotionally easy. You may still ache, still grieve, still long for their seeing, still feel sorrow over what is happening, still feel the weight of loving someone who cannot yet consciously meet what feels clear to you, still feel the burden of watching patterns repeat, still feel the helplessness of standing near a threshold you cannot cross for another. None of this disappears simply because you stop controlling. In some ways, it becomes more exposed, because control often numbs grief by converting it into activity. Once control loosens, grief may come forward more directly. And that grief must be allowed, because grief here is not failure. It is the honest cost of loving where you cannot impose awakening. It is the sorrow of being unable to transfer what must be inwardly remembered. It is the tenderness of caring enough to feel the delay without converting delay into domination. This grief is part of grounded care. Grounded care is different from anxious care, controlling care, rescuing care, or performative care. Grounded care does not deny reality. It does not float above consequence. It does not say everything is perfect while someone is clearly suffering or creating suffering. It remains in contact with what is real, but it does so from deeper center. It is care that can feel without flooding into ownership. Care that can speak without pressure. Care that can hold sorrow without turning sorrow into intervention. Care that can remain warm while still honoring boundaries. Care that can stay truthful even when it cannot stay close. Care that can release outcome without releasing love. This is one of the most mature forms of care there is, because grounded care understands that your role is not to produce remembrance but to relate cleanly within reality as it is. Sometimes that means staying. Sometimes it means leaving. Sometimes it means repeating something once. Sometimes it means never saying it again. Sometimes it means holding a mirror. Sometimes it means refusing to hold one anymore. Sometimes it means letting life itself become the teacher where your words cannot. But in all cases, grounded care is no longer organized around control. It is organized around alignment. Alignment with truth. Alignment with dignity. Alignment with your own boundaries. Alignment with the fact that what is true remains true whether or not it is currently seen. This stabilizes the whole relational field inside you. Without this stabilization, the one who sees gets pulled endlessly into oscillation, hope, disappointment, pressure, restraint, intervention, withdrawal, resentment, renewed effort, exhaustion, collapse, renewed hope. This can become a cycle of relational compulsion. Grounded care interrupts that. It does not remove feeling. It removes the compulsive claim to govern another person's remembering. And once that claim falls away, something profound becomes possible. You can let them be where they are without internally agreeing that where they are is all they are. That distinction matters greatly. Trust does not mean reducing them to their current state and giving up. It means refusing to confuse their current state with their deepest truth. This is why the line remains so important. What is true does not disappear because it is unseen. They may not see it now. They may not feel it now. They may not be able to include it now. They may not recognize themselves now. They may remain defended, identified, shut down, controlling, collapsed, reactive, numb, arrogant, terrified, confused, avoidant, or unavailable. And still, what is deepest in them does not cease to be because their present structure is obscuring it. This is what makes trust possible, not optimism alone. Ontology. Truth persists beneath non-recognition. Belonging persists beneath separation. Reality persists beneath distortion. And because of that, you do not have to panic every time another person remains blind. This is not the same as pretending consequences do not matter. Consequences do matter. Actions matter. Timing matters. Choices matter. Some forms of non-recognition carry immense cost. Trust does not erase that. But trust prevents you from turning that cost into a hidden justification for control. It allows you to remain in truthful contact with both realities at once. Their present state has real effects, and their deepest truth is not cancelled by its obscuration. To hold both at once is mature vision. It lets you remain compassionate without being naive. It lets you remain discerning without becoming hardened. It lets you remain hopeful without becoming controlling. It lets you remain honest without becoming despairing. This is the field of letting them remember in their own time. Not because time is magic, because coercion corrupts, because pressure delays, because truth does not disappear when hidden, because remembrance is an inward ripening that cannot be cleanly seized from outside, because your love becomes more trustworthy when it stops trying to own the doorway, because grounded care is stronger than anxious intervention, because patience is more aligned than urgency born from fear, because non-attachment protects both your integrity and their sovereignty, and because trust, when it is real, does not say, "I know exactly when or how this will unfold." It says, more humbly and more truly, "I know that what is real remains real. I know that what belongs remains belonging. I know that what is deepest is not erased by delay. I know that I do not need to force what cannot be forced. I know that I can remain loving without becoming controlling. I know that I can let life, truth, consequence, and the soul's own timing work where my pressure cannot. This is where something soft but powerful settles into place. The need to hover loosens. The need to repeat loosens. The need to be the mechanism loosens. The need to rescue loosens. And what remains is cleaner. A love that does not grasp. A truth that does not push. A care that does not seize. A patience that does not collapse. A non-attachment that does not freeze. A groundedness that can remain even while the other person has not yet remembered. This is not defeat. This is not abandonment. This is reverence for the deeper law of recognition. And it is often the very thing that keeps your own field from becoming distorted by the pain of loving where you cannot control the awakening. So let this become stable within you. Trust replaces control. They may not see it now, but what is true does not disappear because it is unseen. And from that knowing, patience deepens. Non-attachment becomes possible. Grounded care takes root. You stop trying to govern another person's remembrance, and in doing so, you become more aligned with the very truth you long for them to one day recognize. That what is real remains real, even through forgetting. And that love is strongest when it knows how to stay true without trying to force the moment of return. Part 14, Wholeness as Continuous Inclusion. Wholeness is not an achievement. It is the absence of exclusion. This is the final correction, and in many ways the simplest, though it may take an entire lifetime of lived ripening for its simplicity to be felt without distortion. Because almost everything in the separation-based structure teaches the opposite. It teaches that wholeness must be earned, built, attained, purified into, disciplined into, healed into, proven, secured, stabilized, protected, defended, and maintained through the successful management of what does not fit the preferred self-image. It teaches that the self becomes whole by becoming acceptable to itself. It teaches that integration is the reward for successful internal sorting. It teaches that peace comes after all contradiction is removed, that worth comes after all defect is corrected, that coherence comes after all disorder is eliminated, that completion comes after all unwanted content is transcended. But none of that is the deeper truth. Wholeness is not created by successful exclusion. Wholeness is what becomes evident when exclusion ends. This distinction changes everything. Because once wholeness is imagined as an achievement, the whole path becomes subtly distorted. The person begins striving toward an idealized condition in which nothing difficult remains, nothing unresolved appears, nothing contradictory stirs, nothing unwanted arises, nothing tender remains unguarded, nothing painful moves through the field, nothing destabilizing touches identity, and nothing unfinished asks to be held. The self turns healing into self-editing. It turns spiritual maturation into refinement of acceptable appearance. It turns growth into selective permitting. It turns coherence into performance. And then, because life does not obey these fantasies, internal war quietly continues beneath the surface. Anything that reappears and does not fit the ideal is treated as failure, regression, impurity, weakness, shadow, or proof that wholeness has not yet been achieved. That is not wholeness. That is endless conditional belonging. Conditional belonging is one of the most sophisticated forms of separation. It says, you may belong once you are no longer this. You may be included once you have stopped feeling that. You may rest once you have transcended what remains inconvenient. You may claim coherence once you no longer carry contradiction. You may love yourself once your inner life becomes more manageable. You may be whole when the field stops showing signs of unfinishedness. This is precisely what must end, because as long as belonging is conditional, exclusion remains the hidden organizing principle. And where exclusion remains, wholeness is always postponed. This is why the deeper truth must now be stated plainly. Wholeness is the absence of exclusion, not the absence of pain, not the absence of intensity, not the absence of memory, not the absence of pattern, not the absence of contradiction, not the absence of vulnerability, not the absence of human limitation, the absence of exclusion. This means that nothing is required to become foreign in order for the field to remain coherent. Nothing has to be removed to prove worthiness of belonging. Nothing has to be pushed away to preserve identity. passivity. Nothing has to be rejected to maintain order. Nothing has to be forced out of awareness so that peace can be claimed. Nothing has to be made other to make the self feel safe. This is the great release, because once the self is no longer organizing around exclusion, what used to feel like threat begins appearing in a new light. Not because every feeling becomes pleasant. Not because every pattern becomes aligned by default. But because the field no longer mistakes the presence of something difficult for evidence that belonging has failed. This is a radical shift. It means that grief can belong, fear can belong, anger can belong, tenderness can belong, confusion can belong, exhaustion can belong, ambivalence can belong, longing can belong, memory can belong, defensiveness can belong, shame can belong, joy can belong, numbness can belong, resistance can belong, stillness can belong, contradiction can belong. Even the patterns that once formed through survival can belong, not as ultimate truth, not as permanent rulers, but as appearances arising within a field large enough to include them without needing to become them. Belonging here is not endorsement. This must be understood clearly. To say that something belongs is not to say it is the final truth of what you are. It is not to say every impulse should be enacted. It is not to say discernment vanishes. It is not to say that all behaviors, interpretations, or reactions are equally aligned. It is to say something more foundational. Whatever arises within the field of your experience does not become more coherent by being denied the fact that it is arising. Exclusion does not clarify. It distorts. Rejection does not integrate. It prolongs separation. Violence toward what appears does not refine truth. It intensifies fracture. So when it is said, nothing removed, nothing rejected, nothing forced away, the meaning is not passivity. It is radical non-exile. It is the end of the reflex that says difficult content must become alien before wholeness can remain intact. This is the maturation of all that came before. At first, the self had to learn that it was not broken. Then it had to learn that separation was perceptual. Then it had to learn that forgetting was not loss. Then it had to learn that the unseen still exerted influence. Then it had to learn that recognition was reconnection. Then it had to learn that what was forgotten could feel close again. Then it had to learn that there were no true inner fragments, only distinctions. Then it had to learn to live without internal separation. Then it had to extend this understanding outward toward others. Then it had to release the urge to force another's awareness. Then it had to embody presence without imposition. Then it had to trust another's remembering without controlling their timing. And now, at this threshold, all of that resolves into one deeper understanding. Wholeness was never the result of successfully managing what does not belong. Wholeness is what becomes visible when the fiction of non-belonging dissolves. This is why wholeness is continuous inclusion, not inclusion as a one-time act, not inclusion as a dramatic breakthrough followed by permanent closure. Continuous inclusion, because life continues moving. Experience continues differentiating. New layers appear. Old layers return in new forms. Subtler truths emerge. Deeper sensitivities reveal themselves. Relationships shift. Contexts change. The field keeps living. And therefore wholeness, if it is real, cannot depend on frozen completion. It must be able to move. It must be able to remain itself through changing appearances. It must be able to include what emerges without turning emergence into evidence of failure. Continuous inclusion is the living expression of this. It means that the field remains open to its own contents without requiring those contents to justify their presence before being related to truthfully. It means the self no longer says, I was whole until this feeling arrived, or I was doing well until this old pattern reappeared, or I had peace until contradiction showed up again, or I was integrated until I got triggered, or I was coherent until I felt anger, or I had healed until grief came back. No, those interpretations all depend on achievement logic. Continuous inclusion says something else. It says, whatever has appeared within the field of what I am, and my wholeness is not threatened by its appearance. My work is not to exile it, but to remain in truthful relationship as it reveals what kind of belonging, discernment, and integration are now being asked. This is much more alive, much more honest, much less brittle. It means wholeness is not a static state to be defended, but a living quality of relationship in which no arising content is treated as proof that one has ceased to belong to oneself. This is a tremendous liberation, because the fear of losing wholeness is one of the ways the old paradigm sneaks back in. The person touches a deeper coherence and then begins protecting it through new forms of exclusion. Now they are no longer rejecting obvious pain, perhaps, but they are rejecting any movement that threatens the image of being integrated. They become subtly afraid of their own unfinishedness. They become attached to peace as identity. They become defensive about the return of difficulty. They call this maturity, but it is often merely more refined separation structure. Continuous inclusion prevents this. It says, the return of what is difficult is not a failure of wholeness. It is an opportunity for wholeness to remain true. This is profound, because now wholeness no longer depends on controlling content. It depends on staying aligned with belonging. That is a completely different basis for life. And it changes how one meets everything. A difficult feeling does not become a crisis of identity. A resurfacing memory does not become proof of regression. An unexpected reaction does not become evidence that the work was false. A period of numbness does not become cause for self-abandonment. An old defense does not become grounds for shame. A wave of grief does not invalidate joy. Fear does not erase truth. Anger does not erase tenderness. Uncertainty does not erase deeper knowing. Nothing has to cancel anything else in order for the field to remain one. This is continuous inclusion. The field remains wider than what passes through it, yet it does not detach from what passes through it. It includes. And that inclusion is what gives rise to a different kind of stability, not the stability of rigidity, but the stability of inexhaustible belonging. This has enormous implications for love, for healing, for spirituality, for relationship, and for how one understands human life at all. Because if wholeness is the absence of exclusion, then the whole paradigm of self-improvement is radically reoriented. The question is no longer how do I become a better self by eliminating what is not aligned? In the usual sense. The deeper question becomes, what am I still subtly exiling in order to feel coherent, and what would change if belonging became more fundamental than my need for a perfected inner image? That question can reorder an entire life. It can expose how often control was mistaken for healing, how often suppression was mistaken for strength, how often numbness was mistaken for peace, how often transcendence language was used to avoid inclusion, how often one's own tenderness was treated as threat, how often one's anger was treated as disqualifying, how often one's fear was treated as proof of lesser being, how often unresolvedness was treated as shame, how often one demanded from oneself a level of perfection that no living field could sustain without splitting. Continuous inclusion ends that economy. It does not say there is no growth. It says growth no longer occurs by exile. It no longer occurs by cutting off. It no longer occurs by making enemies of what appears. Growth becomes deepening capacity for truthful inclusion, clearer discernment, more direct relationship, and less distortion in how what arises is held. That is far more mature, and it is closer to reality, because reality itself is not sustained through exclusion in the way the separated self imagines. Life includes. Existence includes. The field includes. The whole does not become less whole because there is movement, variation, emergence, shadow, form, dissolution, tenderness, intensity, birth, death, contradiction, beauty, grief, complexity, or unfinished process moving within it. The whole remains whole because wholeness is not a tidied surface. It is the undivided belonging within which all these differentiations are held. This is why the final statement matters so much. Everything, recognized as belonging. Everything. Not because everything is the same. Not because every expression is equally clear. Not because discernment ends. but because the deeper field of belonging is no longer parceled out according to preference. The frightened movement belongs, the defended movement belongs, the exhausted movement belongs, the wise movement belongs, the ashamed movement belongs, the loving movement belongs, the confused movement belongs, the grieving movement belongs, the joyful movement belongs, the reactive movement belongs, the silent movement belongs, the remembering movement belongs, the forgetting movement belongs, the movement that resists this very truth belongs. All of it belongs because all of it appears within the same field. And once that is truly felt, the self can stop making internal or relational holiness contingent upon selective admission. This also changes how one perceives the path itself. There is no final moment where all belonging has been completed once and for all in frozen form. There is only the deepening capacity to remain in non-exclusion as life reveals more. There is only the maturing ability to include without collapsing discernment, to relate without exile, to feel without making feelings into identity, to recognize without clinging, to release without rejecting, to love without conditions of inner purification. This is living wholeness, not a certificate, not a state to perform, not an achievement to defend, a way of being in which nothing that appears within the field is required to become alien in order for the field to remain itself. That is why this is the end and the beginning at once. Because once wholeness is no longer treated as an achievement, striving softens. Once it is no longer tied to perfection, fear of one's own unfinishedness softens. Once it is no longer organized around exclusion, the war changes, or rather, the war ends. Not because life becomes easy, because self-exile ceases being the method. And when self-exile ends, an immense amount of unnecessary suffering ends with it. The person can finally breathe inside their own field. Not because nothing difficult remains, because difficulty no longer means expulsion. They can remain in contact with themselves through change, through contradiction, through feeling, through memory, through relational strain, through growth, through uncertainty, through clarity, through imperfection, through joy, through loss, through being human. And the field remains whole, because wholeness was never fragile in the way fear imagined. It was only obscured by the habit of exclusion. So let this land fully. Wholeness is not an achievement. It is the absence of exclusion. Nothing removed, nothing rejected, nothing forced away, everything recognized as belonging. And in that recognition, not as concept but as lived truth, the entire architecture of separation finally begins losing its last claim to authority. What remains is simpler than the mind expected and more vast than the striving self could have imagined. Not a perfected being, but a field that no longer divides against itself in order to deserve its own belonging. Exit, you were always holding it all. Nothing returns, because nothing left. This is the final softening of the entire illusion. Not the softening of truth into comfort. Not the softening of rigor into sentiment. The softening of a structure that could only persist so long as awareness kept mistaking appearance for reality, distance in perception for distance in being, and temporary non-recognition for actual loss. Because that is all that ever happened. Distinction was mistaken for separation. Forgetting was mistaken for loss. And from those two misreadings an entire architecture of suffering could be built. Awareness noticed difference and called it division. Awareness lost direct contact and called it absence. Awareness felt tension and called it fracture. Awareness encountered contradiction and called it brokenness. Awareness stopped consciously including something and called it gone. But none of those conclusions were the deeper truth. They were interpretations made inside a field that had temporarily forgotten its own nature. That nature was never destroyed, only obscured. That continuity was never severed, only unrecognized. That belonging was never cancelled, only misperceived. This is why nothing returns, because return implies departure. It implies that what now appears was once truly elsewhere. That what is now close was once outside the field that holds it, that what is now felt had at some point crossed beyond belonging and has somehow traveled back. But that is not the deeper reality of what has occurred here. Nothing has traveled back from some place outside you. Nothing has crossed a border from non-belonging into belonging. Nothing has been rescued from a true elsewhere. What has happened is simpler and more profound. What was always here has stopped being treated as though it were not. What was always held has stopped being interpreted as though it had been dropped. What was always present in hidden, indirect, displaced, protected, muted, fragmented seeming, or unrecognized form is now simply being met with enough clarity that the illusion of absence can no longer maintain itself in the same way. That is all. And that is everything. Because once this is seen fully, the entire emotional and existential burden of having to get back what was lost begins dissolving. The long project of recovery, when rooted in the belief that something essential departed, can finally relax into a truer posture. There is no need to scramble after missing pieces. No need to build a ladder back to some other state where the real self supposedly remained waiting in exile. No need to imagine a distant homeland of wholeness from which one has fallen and to which one must painfully climb back by effort, purity, mastery, or worthiness. There is only this. The slow ending of misperception, the gentle collapse of false absence, the re-establishment of direct relationship where indirect carrying had taken its place, the unveiling of what never stopped being within the same field. This changes the meaning of healing entirely. Healing is no longer the return journey of something lost beyond reach. Healing becomes the recognition that the journey itself was taking place inside what never stopped holding all of it. The seeker was held, the forgotten was held, the wound was held, the defense was held, the longing was held, the numbness was held, the grief was held, the fear was held, the confusion was held, the attempts to heal were held, the inability to heal in the old way was held. The one who thought they had lost themselves was held by the very continuity they believed they had fallen out of. This is why the deepest relief here is not triumph, it is recognition, a quiet, foundational, unarguable recognition. I was never outside what could hold me, even in confusion, even in distortion, even in contradiction, even in collapse, even in fear, even in forgetting, even in the moments where life felt thinned out, far away, scattered, unreachable, or internally divided. The holding never stopped. And that matters because what heals most deeply is not only being reunited with what seemed distant, but realizing that the ground of reunion was present even during the period of apparent separation. That realization reaches backward through the whole story and changes its meaning. The years of fragmentation are no longer interpreted as literal exile from being. The periods of numbness are no longer proof that life had emptied out. The seasons of confusion are no longer evidence that one ceased belonging to truth. Even the time spent searching is recontextualized. The search was happening inside the same field that never stopped containing both the search and what was being sought. This is one of the profound reversals of the whole path. You were not trying to get back to yourself from outside yourself. You were trying to see clearly within what had always remained one. You were not trying to recover life from somewhere it had disappeared to. You were trying to recognize life where perception had ceased to meet it directly. You were not trying to reconstruct wholeness from ruins. You were trying to stop reading distinction as destruction. This is why the final movement is not grasping. It is release. Release of the story that what mattered most had vanished. Release of the fear that forgotten meant gone. Release of the belief that distance proved abandonment. Release of the burden of self-repair as if the self were a damaged object in need of reassembly. Release of the demand that reality justify itself by becoming simpler before it can be trusted again. Release of the claim that what is unseen must therefore be absent, because now a different truth is visible. What was unseen is simply being seen again. That is all remembrance is at the deepest level. Not manufacturing, not retrieving, not forcing, not inventing. Seeing again, feeling again, recognizing again, relating again, including again, allowing again. Not because the field was empty and is now filling, but because what had been obscured is no longer being so aggressively obscured. This is what makes the process both humbling and holy. Humbling, because so much effort was spent trying to recover what had never actually ceased to belong. Holy, because the field was patient enough to keep holding everything until awareness was ready to recognize what it had misread. There is tenderness in that, a tenderness deeper than sentiment, a tenderness in the fact that nothing in you required abandonment in order for life to continue, a tenderness in the fact that even what was hardest to face remained within the same mercy of belonging, a tenderness in the fact that what was hidden did not become condemned by being hidden, a tenderness in the fact that existence did not revoke your inclusion simply because you could not feel it clearly. This is why the ending of this book is not really an ending, because once what was unseen begins being seen again, life does not stop moving. Distinctions still arise. Feelings still move. Relationships still unfold. Grief still comes. Joy still comes. Fear may still appear. Tenderness may still tremble. Old patterns may still brush the surface. Nothing about being alive requires the elimination of movement. What changes is the interpretive ground beneath movement. What changes is that the self no longer has to keep translating every difficult appearance into evidence of loss, separation, or brokenness. That is the true exit. Not escape from life, exit from the misreading of life. Exit from the habit of calling distance loss. Exit from the reflex of calling complexity fracture. Exit from the economy of exclusion. Exit from the war against what still belongs. And as that exit completes itself more fully, the whole field takes on a different quality. More breathable, more spacious, more honest, more intimate, less defended, less panicked, less driven by the need to become something else before belonging can be trusted. There is more room for what is, more room for things to arise without becoming enemies, more room for truth to remain true without being dramatized, more room for others to unfold without becoming projects, more room for your own humanity without it being mistaken for failure, more room for love without control, more room for clarity without harshness, more room for grief without exile, more room for joy without fear that it must be protected through denial of everything else. This is not because you have transcended being human. It is because you have stopped making humanity itself into proof of separation. And from here, the most accurate final recognition may be this: you were always holding it all, not as a burden in the old sense, not as a task, not as something you were failing to manage, but as the field in which all of it was already contained. The wound was held in you, the memory was held in you, the tenderness was held in you, the defense was held in you, the forgotten was held in you, the seeker was held in you, the one who feared they had lost everything was held in you, the one who could not yet feel was held in you, the one who longed to return was held in you, the one who could not imagine how return was possible was held in you. All of it, always, which means the final truth is not that you have finally become capable of holding what once escaped you. The final truth is that your deeper nature never stopped holding what your perception temporarily ceased to recognize. That is the great reversal. That is the quiet miracle. That is the end of the illusion. Nothing returns, because nothing left. There was only distinction mistaken for separation. There was only forgetting mistaken for loss. And now, without spectacle, without force, without the need to call this anything more dramatic than it is, what was unseen is simply being seen again. And in that seeing, what once felt scattered is no longer interpreted as gone. What once felt distant is no longer treated as foreign. What once felt broken is no longer burdened by that name. What once felt impossible to recover is understood to have never departed from the wholeness that held it. So rest here, if only for a moment, in the simplicity that remains when all the false labor falls away. Nothing was outside you. Nothing was outside belonging. Nothing was outside the field. Nothing was outside the possibility of recognition. And because of that, the whole path resolves not into conquest, not into perfection, not into some final polished condition beyond all movement, but into something truer and quieter, the end of misreading, the return of direct seeing, and the living realization that you were always holding it all.